The chat. Yeah, welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining the Comprehensive Testing with JavaScript workshop. We're so excited to have you all in this workshop. We're going to be learning a bunch of different technologies and tools and testing techniques. We're going to be trying to go very broad and touch a bunch of different topics instead of going very deep. That way to just kind of give you guys more tools in your tool belts. You're gonna learn API testing, how to test a React web app using different types of tests, like end-to-end UI tests, visual cross-browser, and then we're gonna put it all together and run it through CI/CD with GitHub Actions. These are the technologies that we're gonna use. So here is the table of contents. The table of contents goes in order. We're basically gonna follow these steps here, and then it's kind of like, you know, the outline of everything that we're gonna achieve. So you'll see we got a break here. It's gonna be like a 10-minute break. That's the only break we get because I like to go hard and give you all as much information as I can until your brains hurt. So there'll be a 10-minute break here. So I hope you have some coffee and some snacks ready to be going through the rest of these topics. So just a quick reason why we're all here. One of the reasons, of course, we are here is to learn all of the technologies. And I'm super happy to have you all learning these different kinds of technologies. And sorry, give me a second. Let me turn on my noise removal. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Yes. So one of the reasons we're here is to learn new technologies. And I'm super happy to be teaching you all. Is kind of one of my passions in life is enabling the world in better automated software testing. But then the other reason that we're here is the Testing for Good initiative that I started back at the end of last year. And I thought about basically, how do I train people and enable them to, to do better automated testing, but at the same time, how do we all come together as a community to give back to the world and help improve the world together? And so the Testing for Good initiative is basically that. It's training on technology, but at the same time supporting some higher cause than ourselves. And in this case, I'm the ERG, environmental ERG lead. And so I wanted to support a cause that helps the environment, but also helps to bridge the cultural divide. And today we're going to be raising money for trees that empower women, which is a super powerful cause. And you all don't have to do absolutely anything for this. Basically, when you bought a ticket, all the net proceeds after the costs for the platforms and whatever, the rest of the net proceeds will be used to buy trees that empower women in countries such as Kenya, Brazil, and India. So thank you all so much for joining and using your funds to help with that. So yeah, I don't take any money from that, and Sauce Labs doesn't take any money either. And this is actually happening with every single workshop. Every single workshop is supporting their own cause, but everyone is supporting some kind of a cause and donating all funds to help make the world better. So here's the key to our workshop. There's going to be a few little things that you need to pay attention for. Throughout the workshop, you'll get a light bulb. That means a tip. This little person exercising will be an exercise that you're going to do, hands-on keyboard coding. And then here will be questions that we're going to all stop and talk about. And try not to scroll beyond the question, because sometimes beyond the question, there's the answer. And I'd rather have productive conversation before revealing what the answer is. So this is me. I'm Nikolay Advolodkin, your instructor. Here's a picture from me and my family. They actually just came down to visit me for my birthday 2 weeks ago, which they haven't visited me in Miami since like 2 years, since basically since COVID, for my birthday. So it was really awesome to see them. I did all the touristy stuff, of course. We took them on like a big bus, and then here we were on like a cruise, doing the cruise around the Miami Bay, and then we saw like the Star Island. This is my aunt, my mom, my wife, my dad, my cousin. This is the cousin that I was telling you about. She just finished OBGYN surgical residency, and then that's her husband. He's a awesome like video producer. He creates like his company creates video production from some like huge brands. A lot of series have been on Netflix that he's done. So besides my personal thing, I'm a solution architect at Sauce Labs, which basically just means that I'm super passionate about testing, if you all couldn't tell already. Started testing back in 2008. So it's been a really long time. I've gone through a lot of different tools, a lot of different technologies. The first tool that I started automated testing with was a tool called QTP. I don't even know, is anyone familiar with QTP anymore? Because I mean, you know, it's like 14 years ago. It was QTP. Then okay, nice. Shilpa knows it. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. A lot of people know it. That's cool. Yeah, it went. Yeah, as my young said, it was QTP. Then it went to UFT, and actually before QTP, it was like Mercury QTP. Then HP bought it. Then it transitioned into UFT, and now it's ALM. It's like they keep changing names, but the product continues to suck. So, but anyway, I've evolved through that and done, of course, VBScript, PowerShell, C#, Java, and now I do JavaScript a lot. And so I have a good amount of experience. And also with that, I even started my blog because I was so passionate about testing. I just decided to teach about my experiences and help others to avoid the pitfalls that I had when I was starting out. Also with us today, we have two of the best teaching assistants that I could ever ask for. We have Chris Eccleston. I'll let him say a few words about himself if he wants. Sorry to surprise you.
No, yeah, would love to. Was just getting some setup in there. Thanks, Nikolay. My name's Chris Eccleston, and I am a solution architect with Sauce Labs alongside of Nikolay. I have worked in automation for 12 years now, mainly on e-commerce before this, and I've been at Sauce here for about a year, a little bit over a year. So I've gotten to help customers and really also learn in that time on how people's use for automation can be quite different, which is very interesting to see. But our goal here is hopefully to help you get an understanding of a JavaScript framework, and Nikolay will walk you through. He's a great instructor, and you're going to walk away from this in a better place. Thanks, Nikolay.
Thanks, Chris. And cool fact about Chris, he's awesome, but also, as I was talking about earlier, I found out that he actually lives 15 minutes away from where I grew up, which was in Germantown, Maryland. I spent a bunch of years there and then in the Virginia area, and Chris lives like 15 minutes away from there. So it's really funny. And so every time when I go to visit my parents, I'm going to definitely meet up with him. And then we also have another teaching assistant, Alex Shinaleva. I'll let her say a few words if she wants.
Feels like I don't have a choice, do I? Hi, everybody. I'm Alex. I am a support engineer here at Sauce. So anytime anyone ever has issues, they kind of come to us and we try to help them debug. A little fun fact, I went to a coding boot camp in New York and then ended up staying on for about a year and changed teaching JavaScript to students, not like the intense, but mostly for students who wanted to learn how to code and were maybe nervous, or it was kind of a JavaScript prep. So anything from, very simple variable declarations to recursion and that sort of nightmare. So yeah, love teaching, love working with Nikolay, love working with Chris. You guys are in good hands. Let's have some fun.
Thanks, Alex. Yeah, Alex is amazing. And so the TAs are here to basically help you with any technical issues, right? I've got so much content to cover, as you saw from the table of content. So I want to keep the workshop flowing. I'm going to try to keep gauging the speed of the workshop to make sure it's good for the majority of the population. But if you run into any technical issues, throw it up in the chat, and Chris and Alex, they'll help you out resolve any of those issues on the side while I keep the workshop flowing. Cool. So with all of that said, I did just drop the GitHub link into the chat. So I can tell that a lot of you all did not set up the repository beforehand. No big deal. How I can tell is because there's only 15 forks. So I know there should be a lot more, but that's okay. We're going to go through the setup together so that everybody is on the same page. So in order to get set up here, what you're going to want to do is navigate to this repository, right? And then you want to make sure you get your free Sauce Labs account. So you're going to go there and sign up. I hope most people already have a Sauce Labs account, but if not, no big deal. Go ahead. It's absolutely free, no commitment or anything. Go ahead and sign up because we're going to be using Sauce Labs for a few things here. So once you sign up, you're going to need to get your Sauce Labs username and access key. I'll show you exactly how to do that. So you'll come here and click on this link. I'm going to do everything together. So I'm going to log in. And then you can see that I'm in my user settings. Okay. If you're just logged in, you can access your user settings by clicking on this person and going to user settings. And then here is your username. Okay. You can just grab that. And here's your access key. Please don't memorize my access key because I don't want to share my sessions. All right. So now make sure you save those. Just put them in like a notepad or whatever. So now that you've got those, okay. Most people here won't have Screener account. No problem. You'll be able to use one of these API keys that I got for us for Screener. I recommend pick like a random one. Don't pick the first one because I think everyone is going to try to pick the first one. And so now you're going to have basically three things that we're going to be adding to our Gitpod repository. So there are really two ways to get set up, but the easiest for 99% of us, unless you're very comfortable with your JavaScript environment and you have Node installed, you have NVM installed, if you know what that means, then you can definitely do local development. Those instructions are down here. If you want to do local development, totally can. But the problem, of course, there is we deal with environmental issues, access issues, and all of that. So for most of us, we'll be doing coding through Gitpod, which will basically be an environment in the browser. And so the way we're going to do the Gitpod setup is you're first going to make sure you have a GitHub account. So go ahead and sign up or log in. Let me copy this link. Sign up and log in, okay? And then you're going to fork the repository. Let's do that together. I'm going to come and I'm going to fork it. So you click the fork. And then I'm going to be fork it to, oh, unfortunately, I already forked it, as you see, to my own account, okay? To Nikolay Advolodkin, it's not under here, okay? So I forked it, and we'll continue from there. You'll want to do the same thing. So once you fork it, oh, and don't forget to give the repository a star. Otherwise, we're not going to participate in the workshop. I'm totally joking. After you fork it, you're going to grab this little URL right here. I'm going to copy it. Copying it right now, and I'm going to go to my fork. So I'm trying also to move slower so that people can keep up. I'm going to open this up in a new window. So here's going to be my fork, right, under my username. You'll have your fork under your username. And very important for everyone that did the setup beforehand, please don't forget to get latest. And you can get latest by, where's that button? There's a button here. Am I missing it? Maybe I already have the latest. There's usually a button here that allows you to pull the latest. Okay, so make sure you're pulling the latest from here, because maybe, I don't know when you did the setup, but I might have made some changes. So here, I don't have the latest. Or do I? Let me check. Yeah, I don't have the latest. Let me see. Why can't I get the latest? I don't usually do it through the UI, but I'm pretty sure you all should have an option to update to the latest. Let me know if does someone have like a button that says like, pull upstream in their GitHub. Go to the root directory. Oh, nice. Good call. Good call. And thank you. Yeah, perfect. Anna's so smart. Yeah, go to the root directory and then you'll have fetch upstream button. Again, I usually do this through CLI. So, but this is, and so now I got the latest code. If I look through here, it all looks good. Cool. You all should be able to do the same thing by being in the root directory. All right, let's continue here. So remember the little piece of code that I copied, which is going to come here to the beginning of the URL right before HTTPS, and you're going to paste that in. So your URL looks like this. This is the part that I pasted in, and then the rest of it should be your repo here. Oh, I'm sorry, Layla. Yeah, the TAs will help you get set up. But also you have the instructions. So I'll try to go a little bit slower for all of the people that are signing up for stuff. So there'll be a long period actually here after I do this. So now that you got your Git pod in front of here, you just hit enter. And then this is going to open up in Git pod. It's going to start creating a new environment for you. It'll probably ask you to log in with GitHub. So just go ahead and do that. And this will take like 5 minutes to build and start. And so it's going to build. It's going to run some like sanity tests, and it's basically going to ensure that your environment is in a good state. I don't know what this button does. Let's see. Oh, okay, there we go. So just click that button. Don't wait for pre-build. And now you can see it's preparing. We'll watch this happen together, and I can also help to answer in the chat while this goes. Let that run. Yep, for anyone that needs setup help, setup is here. Here's the link to the setup to follow. And let's see what's going on with our Git pod. Taking a little bit. Yeah, this is why I was trying to get everyone set up beforehand, because it takes a little bit of time to build everything. Oh, there we go. No, I'm just gonna click it.
For the first time, Nikolay, it takes maybe about 5 minutes if you haven't done it.
Okay, cool. I thought so. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, give it about 5 minutes all while we'll continue to answer questions and proceed through the documentation. So whenever it is set up, right, you've done all of these things here. After, it's going to run some tests. It's going to run some Cypress tests and open up a React app. So it's basically ensuring that our environment is good. We're going to need to set a few environment variables, and those will be these environment variables here. So you're basically just going to copy this in, and then in here, you're going to put in your Sauce username. In here, you're going to put in your Sauce access key, and then your screener API key. Okay. So just kind of preluding the next steps. And then the final step is depending on which data center you are. I know we got some people in EU, so let me show you how you know where you are. Oops, wrong place. Keeps taking me to Masquerade. Yeah, Alice, if you don't want to grant Gitpod access to your org, fork the repo to your personal account. So you'll know which data center you are in because you'll see it up here. So I have all the data centers because I work here, but you'll have either US West or EU Central, depending on your location. So that's how you'll know which command to run sanity tests. And so whenever Gitpod is set up, you'll run either this one or this one, depending on which data center you're in. And I don't know why Gitpod is taking so long. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, pretty much. I think almost nobody here is going to have a screener account. So I got everybody demo API keys. Grab one of these, any one of these you want. Curious, was anyone able to finish their Gitpod setup and run the tests? Feel free to throw it up in the chat. Awesome, awesome. Cool. All right. Okay, cool. Yeah, no problem. We'll wait for people to get set up. Don't worry, all of this is built into the training. Yeah, still building image. We might be overloading Gitpod. Maybe it didn't expect so many users to be using it today. Hey, Chris, when you first set up, did it take this long?
Yeah, I mean, maybe about 5 minutes was the time it took. And I just also was on a call with someone else, and it took about 5 minutes to start up for the first time.
Okay, cool. Thanks, Chris. Yeah, hey, Aditya, you would just use your GitHub account to log into Gitpod. Usually when you log in, it just you'll have a use GitHub button. Hey, Michael, if you're not seeing it, you probably did the same thing that I'm doing. You want to be in the root. So let me go to the root of. You want to be in the root, and let me go to my root here, and then you'll have this button here. Yeah, Jacopo, you can definitely do setup locally. So if you understand what I'm talking about when I say NVM and Node version 16, you can do the setup locally. I'm gonna code locally after I show you all Gitpod. Yeah, the reason why I use Gitpod is because I've always tried to make the environment setup as easy as possible, but there are always like crazy challenges that come along the way, and I think Gitpod is the best solution to get like most of the people on the same page. And it's still going. Crazy. Let me try to refresh it. I don't know why it's taking so long. Hopefully it's going faster for you all. I'm gonna actually just open up. Let me see if I can open up a previous workspace that I've set up. Gitpod. Let's see. That was 7 minutes ago. This one. Let's try this one. Yeah, this one is way faster. I'm gonna remove this one for now because this one I previously have set up, so it'll be faster for you all to see. Pulling container image. All right, while that goes, we'll continue here through our training. And let me I'll show you all how to set environment variables once it's up. Yeah, there's a local setup instructions. Cool. So we're also gonna have prizes throughout this workshop. So at the end, I'm gonna pick one lucky winner to get a backpack. That's just gonna be a random selection. And then also I will be giving away prizes for participation, such as like t-shirts, stickers, and other prizes. So keep that in mind as we go through the workshop. And then finally, there are a few rules of engagement. Please remember that I'm here to serve you and your education. That's like my purpose. That's why I kind of live, is to help you all. So let me know if I can help with anything, or if you're struggling with anything. That's my goal, is to enable you to do better testing. Yeah, just always just be kindful, respectful, don't judge other people, standard kind of code of conduct, and also have fun. So let's see if we're up yet. Let me refresh it. I should have opened up Github before the workshop.
Nikolay, since you've started Github already, you could just try adding it to the front of your URL. That seems to sometimes work better.
To do which part, Chris?
Like just restart opening from GitHub.
Restart. Go back to git.io and restart?
No, like basically go to your GitHub and then like put Gitpod at the front of that URL and just kind of reload it.
I got
like
you.
Instead of just using one of those containers that you had already.
Yeah, let me try that.
Sometimes it can open a little quicker. I don't know why.
Let's try it. Both of them are very slow. This one is building an image. There we go. This one is up. Awesome. I'm killing this one. All right. So this one is up. So you'll see it's going to come up and it's going to run some Cypress tests. So that'll kind of ensure that Cypress is working in your environment. And then once that's up, we're going to set our environment variables like this. So I'll show you all how to do that in a second. So Cypress tests will go really fast. Fantastic. They all passed. API test passed. Localhost is up and running. So now actually, if you visit localhost, you'll have this, be able to, oh, it's here. Let me see here. There should be this localhost. You can command click it, and then it'll open up this little amazing web application in your localhost. This is the URL. Just by navigating to one of these areas here and command clicking it, okay? And then if we go back to our other terminal, and in fact, let me just clear here so everyone can see from the top. Now that everything's set up, you're just gonna run these commands, right? So whatever your username is, you're gonna supply it, right? And then it works by, if you want to echo one of them, you'll be able to see the value like this. So see, it comes back with the value that I just entered. So that's how you know it works. So you'll do that for all 3 keys. I'm not gonna do all of those, but I'll show you all what to do after. So you'll just do source access key after, which you'll just enter your access key, and then you'll just enter screener API key. Again, I'll just say nobody here has a screener account, so just go ahead and grab one of these, whatever you want, and then enter all of those. And then once all of those are entered, which for me they're not, or actually they might be. Here, let me quickly, because this is a previous environment I've set up. So let me try to echo like this guy, for example. If it is, then my test will work for me too. Cool, it is. So it works for me. So after you've done all that, you just run in one of the data centers, okay? Whether you're in US or in EU. So I'm in US, so I'm just gonna run this script. All it's basically gonna do is run a WebDriver IO test against our local host application, which is this guy right here. All right, give me some yeses if you were able to finish setting up your environment and running the tests. Beautiful. Wonderful. Awesome, awesome. Really happy to hear that. Okay, I'd love to see a few more yeses. And remember, I'm here for you, and you got the TAs here to help you as well. So don't be scared to ask any questions. We're here for you all. Cool. The web. Oh, yeah. What did I click to open the web page locally? Great question, Houston. So yeah, because it's in Gitpod and it's in a browser, it works a little bit different. Okay, so here in this terminal window right here, npm run start, that's where it shows you that the app is running. So just command click this localhost URL, and then it actually takes you to the same URL, but in Gitpod, it's a little bit different.
Nikolay, to add to that, in that Gitpod work space, if you open that back up, on the left side, the one right above the GitHub icon, on the left bar.
This guy?
Over one more, like the icons on the left side. The Remote Explorer.
Okay.
Click that.
Yeah. Click that.
Yeah. This shows you the ports that are open for this, and you can do you can hit the little web icon for 3000. That's the React app. 5900 opens the VNC server. If you wanted to see that. Maybe not 5900. Maybe the next one. 6080. One of them should open the VNC server. Yeah, this one. So you can actually see Chrome starting on this and Cypress starting on this.
Beautiful. Thank you, Chris.
So Shilpa, the app is one of it's either 3000 or this 6080. That'll show you the app for both of them.
Yeah, for everyone, just you can command click in here, as Chris said, or in the Gitpod Explorer, come here and click on this little web open browser thing, and it'll open it up. And I mean, even looking at the pattern, oh, sorry, went to the wrong place. Looking at the pattern, it looks like what it does is just does HTTPS 3000, and then I think it appends the rest of the Gitpod URL, looks like. Yeah, exactly. So, but not important. You can get to it. Yeah, it won't, for people on Gitpod, it won't open in localhost 3000 because that, of course, has to be running locally, right? So that won't work. But because we're running through Gitpod, localhost 3000 will redirect you to this URL, which Gitpod automatically configures. You don't have to worry about it. Beautiful. any more people that got everything up and running that didn't have it before, it's important we got it up and running before we start. Yes, cool. Yeah, keep letting me know. For everyone else, if you, awesome, love it. Yeah, of course you can. This is just like Visual Studio Code. You can configure it. You can update your screens, your text size if you want, but I wouldn't mess with it too much, especially because it's kind of temporary for this workshop. All right, awesome. I've got a lot of yeses. If you need help, reach out to the TAs. They're there and they'll help you get up and running. Let's continue. All right, beautiful. So we're going to proceed now through to our very first section, which is going to be API testing. I think I saw this in the poll about, let's say, a fourth of us have done or are familiar with API testing. And so this will kind of be a refresher for you. But for the rest of us, it'll be learning how to do these few. We're going to learn how to do API testing. We're going to learn how to do some common API methods. And then we're going to automate our API tests. So let me show you all our software that we will be testing. So the software that we're going to be testing is this publicly available dummy API service. I'm going to drop this link in the chat for you all, or you can just follow along with me. So you can kind of try a few requests here, and then you can see that doing a get on this URL returns us this body. Okay, but there's even better documentation than this. Let me show you that documentation. Here's the documentation of how to actually use the API. With REST APIs, it's very important to have documentation to understand how to use it. One of the concepts of APIs is they should be self-documenting. A lot of times that's not the case, but here they have beautiful guides to help us understand that. So check it out here. For example, they're showing us how to get a resource, right? If you do a get here, this is the output that you would expect. If you would want to see all the resources available, so here, for example, we're going to be checking all of the posts. This would be the output that comes out. Okay, so there's creating and so on and so forth. All the endpoints we can see over here. If I click on this URL for all the endpoints. Oh, sorry. Why did that open? For REST endpoints. Okay, are they here? That's weird. They used to have a UI. Let me see here. Where everything was shown. There we go. Sorry about that. Was in a totally wrong place. And let me make sure I sent you all. The first link I sent you all, it was the wrong one. I'm so sorry about that. This is the right URL of our application under test. It's the same thing, but one was going through Cypress web page, and this one is just the original, so I just mixed up the two. So here it is, right? Everything is the same, nothing's changed. But some of the things here that I want to show you all is here are some of the resources that we have available, right? So for example, you can get posts, you can see comments, you can see albums, and so on and so forth. So for example, if I just open this up here and go to posts, it comes back as a JSON collection of all of the different types of posts that are available. Of course, everything here is dummy, so this is just kind of what everything looks like, right? If you want to see like all the comments, right? There's 500 comments, it says. So this is what a comment looks like, right? Just comes back as JSON objects with a bunch of information for those JSON objects. Okay, and then here it talks about all the routes that are available. You can do get, posts, put, patch, and delete, and then you would hit these endpoints. We'll cover all of this in depth. Don't worry. Just wanted to give you a quick little brief intro to our application that we're going to be testing. So API testing is basically validating that the data on the back end comes back correctly based on a request that we send. So I found this pretty good picture here that kind of shows a diagram of how that works, right? So you could have like the client, right, which is the browser or a mobile device, browser on a mobile device even, or even just without a browser. These will perform an HTTP request. And let me zoom in a bit more so it's better to see. These will perform an HTTP request. And this HTTP request will go to some kind of a web service. What we've seen here with these things, these are web services, okay? And these web services will hit the database. They'll come back to you with a response in a JSON or an XML schema. Nowadays, pretty much all the modern APIs come back in a JSON format. Back in the day when we were starting to build APIs, they were coming back in XML. But I would say don't worry about XML in general, because it's just a kind of outdated format that web APIs don't really use anymore. So it comes back in JSON format, and based on what you requested, you get back some kind of a response. Some responses that you can get back are like, hey, your request was okay. Here is the data. If you requested some data, you'll get back some data. Or sometimes you don't want to request any data, you just want to check something, and then you can just get a response code. There's also other response codes, such as you did something incorrect, so you would get something like a 404, for example, if your resource wasn't found. Or you might get like a 500 error code if your, for example, application is down. There are many types of error codes. Let me show you all HTTP error codes that signify different things from your web service, right? So you can see here all the different types of status codes that exist, and how they're kind of numbered, right? And so you kind of know that anything from 100 to 199 is an informational response. 200 to 299 are like success responses, and so on and so forth. You can see anything in the 500s is a server error, and anything in the 400s is a client error. Well, we're going to cover all of this. Don't worry if you're confused. So there are some very common API methods that are used in a lot of our applications that we're working on today. The major ones that you'll use the majority of the time are GET, which retrieves information from the client service, right? So in this case, when I click this here, that's a GET. It hits this URL, and then it does a GET request, and then this request returns me this information. There's a put that will update the some kind of a resource. A put, I can't demonstrate to you all through the browser. We'll need a special client to be able to do that, but I'll show you all how to be able to do a put. Put is an update. The way I remember, put has a U in the middle, so it means update the resource, right? If for whatever reason you had this resource and you wanted to say, I want to change the user ID of this first object to 200, for example, you would do a put, and then that would update. Then there's a post. A post creates a new record, right? So another example here, for example, we have 500 comments, right? So later you'll see that when we do a get on this, it'll come back with 500 objects. But if we wanted to add a new one, we would do a post on this endpoint with some information, and then that'll add a new object. And then finally, there's a delete. To delete, exactly as it says, delete a resource from whatever collection. There's also these other ones, head and patch, very rarely used, but these are the four most common ones. Some advantages of APIs and API testing. APIs are extremely fast. So I think a lot of us here are familiar with end-to-end UI tests. End-to-end UI tests, depending on how you write them, right? Maybe you write them with Cypress. They can run in like a second or two. If you writing them with like Selenium and not hitting localhost, they may run in like 10 to 20 seconds. Some people have much longer tests than that. API tests run in milliseconds, right? One web request can take like 100 milliseconds, 150 milliseconds. So they're drastically faster than like end-to-end tests. Also, they're a lot more reliable because we don't have to deal with so much technology on top of the API, like browsers and rendering and CSS and JavaScript and so on and so forth. We don't have all the typical issues that we face with end-to-end UI testing. And instead, for example, if I wanted to check, does my database contain the correct amount of posts? Instead of checking that on the UI, I can just hit this API, check, oh, it has 100 posts, and then I'm basically good to go. 150 milliseconds, extremely stable test. Yeah, and then they allow us to check the business logic of the app, which is kind of exactly what I talked about. We already reviewed the software that we're going to be testing. Cool. Now, at this point, I want you all to try to do a get with me. We'll do it together, okay? So you can go to this URL. And then once you're here, okay, we'll open up a network tab. So you'll come here, right click and inspect. And then you'll come here to the network tab. Okay, it should be empty. If it's not, you can just clear it by clicking the clear button. Okay. So now that it's empty, if we, for example, click on this or click on this, I'll click on this. Actually, I want to follow the same instructions you all were doing. We're going to just paste this into our browser. So take this and paste it into the browser like this, and then hit enter. And in here, you're going to start to see a bunch of web requests happening, right? So here are all the web requests. We can see that over here, for example, this comments document web request happened, and it has a status of 304. So if we click this comments right here, we'll see a response that came back. You'll see this response in the browser. The same thing shown us here in the network tab. You'll see some headers, right? So here in the headers, you'll see that the method that we performed was a get. So basically, anytime you're clicking on stuff, clicking on links, that's a get request. And the get request returns some kind of a status code. In this case, it returned a 304, which means it's okay. You can see the URL, which we hit, right, which was this comments URL. And then you can see here is what comes back to us from that request. It's a bunch of this data. We can dig really deep into all of this type of data and how it's structured. But again, I'm trying to go very broad and shallow for you all, just to give you all more tools in your tool belt. It has a bunch of different stuff. There are headers that exist with a web request as well. And then I already showed you all the response. So that's what a get looks like, right? The get is just going to a URL and then expecting a specific status code. So let me see one thing here I'm going to do if I refresh. Cool. All right. So that's a get. So now, with that knowledge, let me pause here and see if there are any questions before we actually go to automating a get. Feel free to throw any questions in the chat. Alice, oh, what page am I looking at right now? This page. Great question. Yeah, so this page, let me show you all how to navigate the documentation, just in case you all get lost, just like other people. So I'm just following this table of contents, okay? Anytime you get lost, simply navigate to the root of your GitHub repo and I'm just following this table of content. So every one of these things is a link that'll take you to a new README. So right now we're on API testing. This will take me to API testing documentation. Okay, next, you'll click here, next, and so on and so forth. Okay. Any other questions about doing a GET or web requests in general? So Abhishek asks, certain applications would have their API show under Fetch XHR tab. Comments get call was shown under All tab in DevTools network. Can you tell why? So you're saying that Fetch XHR tab. Where's that? I see it's a document call. Yeah, where's the Fetch XHR tab? Oh, you're talking about this? Yeah, well, so this is just Google this is just the kind of different views. Yeah, you can. That's a great point, Abhishek. That's actually even, yeah, this is just filtering the types of requests. This is actually even cleaner view depending on what you want to see, right? Do you want to see XHR requests, which in this case we only have two. Both of them are calls to a CSS file, not what we're interested in this case, right? You can see what are the JavaScript commands that happened. You know, here's the CSS calls, images that were pulled, and so on. This is just everything. Okay, and so yeah, the one we're interested in is this document because it pulls back the HTML file, right? Hope that makes sense. Yeah, my pleasure. Any other questions before we do some automation of this? Okay, cool. Let's do some automation. So you all are gonna do it together with me. Okay. Here is the exercise. You can see it right here. I'll drop this link to the exercise for you all. It'll take you all to the root repo. No problem at all. It's just documentation that you're following in there. So this is how this is what you're gonna do. You're gonna do a get in Cypress. And let me just quickly explain to you all the repository that we're gonna be working with. And let me kill all of this stuff here just so it doesn't distract me. So just a quick explanation of how the repo is laid out. Okay. So we obviously have our root repository here. Inside of our root repository, we have a Cypress folder. Inside of the Cypress folder, the way this was created is when you do npm install Cypress, this automatically gets created for us. And then we just fill it in with the tests that we want. Okay. All typical fashion for typical standard for Cypress is to put the tests in the integration folder. So that's where you're going to find tests. Also in here, you're going to see two more folders. There's an end-to-end folder, which we're not looking at now because we're working with the network folder. Okay. In the network folder, and for all the exercises here, you're going to see at least two files. One is going to be an exercise file. That's where you're going to go and perform your exercises. And then you're also going to see a solution file. That's where the solution to the problem exists. And so if for whatever reason you get stuck, or maybe I messed up the documentation, you can always go to the solution file and see what's in there. And then you'll actually even be able to run the tests and see how it works. Okay. So with that said, for the very first one, it's the easiest one of them all. You're going to come in here and just basically copy this test. And we'll do it all together. I'll go slowly here. I'm copying it. And then I'm going to come to my Git pod. Let me drag it over here. And then under this URL, I'm going to drop it. as a new test. Okay. Also, yeah, I think there was like a fifth of the people have used Cypress. So let me just cover some of the Cypress basics. Okay. This reference types up here, it basically provides us an IDE from Cypress. So for example, if we're doing something like expect, you can see that now we're getting this kind of information here from Cypress. And if you do like, let's put response body, or you can even, yeah, you can see that we start getting this kind of IDE from Cypress. Super helpful to have you to be able to write our tests. Just a standard kind of JavaScript. There's this context block that wraps all of our tests into a single feature file. And then each of the id blocks is obviously a test case, saying the name of the test, right? So kind of as we did before with our test, we are going to be doing a request on this base URL, which I've set up here. And then we're going to be hitting comments and then saying that the response should be a status code of 200. And then we're also going to expect the response to have a length of 500 or 501, because I guess sometimes that endpoint doesn't work 100% correct. And so what we're simulating here is if we go to comments, and I don't know why this returned a 304, but it should be a 200. Let me see why. But give that a shot, right? So give this test a shot like this. And then if you want to run it, you would just run this spec like this. Okay, so we'll come here. I'm gonna make sure you don't kill your other terminals. Open up a new terminal if you want. I'm gonna clear here. Paste this command. So this is gonna run a Cypress test, and it's pointing to this file here. And actually, it's pointing to all the spec exercise files, which there will be a few. We can do like this. 1 second. You can run all the tests if you want, but it'll probably be better if I do network, and then exercise spec. There you go. Hit enter, and it should run your tests. It should run the tests that are in here, which at the very least we should expect this one to pass. Don't worry about the other ones. The other ones are for the next exercises.
Nikolay, I think it returned 304 because you have it it's cached.
Oh, thank you, Chris. You're awesome. Yeah, perfect. That's why it returns a 304. Thank you.
So everyone else should probably see a 200, so it should be fine.
Yeah, good call, Chris. Thank you. Yeah, 304 for caching in my browser. Yeah, that's a good. We can test that assertion like this. So if I come here and grab this, open up a brand new incognito window, no caching, and of course, I totally forgot to open up DevTools. Let me do it again. Open up new incognito window, inspect, network, and then now if the theory holds up, it'll return a 200, which it does. So Chris is absolutely right. See that? Cool. Yeah, don't worry about the failures, because the exercise file contains several things. What's important, if you scroll up a bit, okay, keep scrolling up, is that this one passes, the one that we just created. Does this pass for all of you? Cool. Yeah, Mayank, no problem. That is expected. There's expected failures here because there's more exercises we're going to do together, and they're going to fail until we make those pass. The most important is that this new one passes. All right, give me some yeses if you were able to get passing. And cool. All right, great. I love it. Love seeing yeses. Cool. Yeah, if you want to make sure and keep me honest, right? So I'm curious. I'm gonna ask you all why wouldn't we expect the status of this test to return a 304? It's an open-ended question to the audience. Okay, cool, Mayank. Yeah, not cached. Yeah, Mayank, it's not cached, but not cached where? Yeah. Okay, yeah, Oleg, yeah. I think Mayank had the answer, but yeah, Oleg is right, exactly. Because it opens a new session, which is not cached. Exactly. Cool. Yeah, all of you got it. Perfect. Yeah, so for example, let's do a 304, right? Just to see what that looks like. And then we'll come back here. Let me clear this just to move it up. And then let's rerun it. Same thing, same command. Cool. See how it failed? We'll give it a second to finish. So look, here is our test, right? Here's a failure. It's good to see failures. Assertion error. Expected 200 to equal 304, which was not the case. And then here's some details. This was the second one. So that's why it failed. And then you can see the failure here as well. So cool. Beautiful. All right. So let's, any questions before we move on to trying a post request? You're Mayank, a 304 is passing for you? Oh, okay, you scared me. Right, last chance for questions before we move on to post requests. No, Abhishek, you should never get a 304 because it always runs in a clean state. So if I rerun my tests, it should always pass. If it doesn't always pass, that's a bad test. Because a good test should always come back with the same result under the same exact conditions. And as you see, came back the same again. I mean, I can rerun it again, and then it should come back the same again. See that? Like also again passed. Yeah, Abhishek, it failed because I fake hard coded. I put hard 304 in here instead of a 200. Okay, cool. Got it. All right, awesome. All right, let's move on. Let's try a post. Same thing. You all hands on keyboard. You're going to be doing a post. I'm going to move over to Visual Studio Code to start coding just because I think it's easier for me and easier for you all to look at. So I'm going to be there, but you all continue in Gitpod. For a post, there is a little catch. For other operations other than get, because a get doesn't require a body, it's easier to do them in a certain kind of client. You need a REST client. Postman is extremely popular. So you all can use Postman if you're familiar. I'm going to show you all another one because I did get you all to sign up for Sauce Labs. There's one that you don't need to download anything for, and that's going to be API Fortress. So, and it's totally free. So if you just log into your Sauce Labs account, You can follow along with me. And then I'll go a little bit slower. And then you can come here to API testing on the left. I'm going to click it. Okay, I'm going to open it in a new tab. The reason why I'm using this again is just so you don't have to download anything, and I did make life more complicated for anybody new, you know. So, and so in here, what you can do is you can create a new project. Okay, give the project whatever name you want. I created this project and I called it JSON placeholder. Okay, so this is what mine looks like. I'm going to open it up. And then when you open it up, for everyone familiar with Postman, it'll look very similar to Postman. For those not familiar, I'll explain everything. And then there's this HTTP client up here in the upper left. Click that. And then that'll just basically allow us to do more complicated requests, such as posts and puts and deletes. And so here is a post request. We've never done it manually, so I want to make sure I show it to you all. Oh, great question, Mike. We're going to do HTTP client. Do HTTP client, please. Yeah, let's do it together. For everyone starting a new project, create new project. Let's call it, you know, full save. Your project was saved. And then you'll just do use HTTP client. Okay, click that. And then it'll take you to this tab. Okay, cool. Hopefully everyone is on the same page. Let me know if you all are not in the HTTP client. I'm just going to go back to my project because I have the requests saved over there. HTTP client. All right. So cool. All right. So this is what a post looks like. Okay. Whenever we want to do a post, remember that a post creates a new record in our system. So if we take a look at our system again, and let me pull this down, we can see a few areas where we can do posts. So our application says that we can do posts on these two. We can do posts on actually only one endpoint, this posts endpoint. Let's take a look at this posts endpoint together. If I come here and I paste this to the end, this will take me to the posts. And so these are the posts that come back when I do a get, right? I just did a get, came back with this information. And then if we look at our network tab and then come here to posts, and then we can look at the response and scroll down and scroll down. This is what the response looks like. And you can see that we have 100 different posts. Okay. And if we wanted to add, let's say, another extra post, that's where we would use the post request. Okay. And so you just select post here, type in the endpoint of the URL that you want to hit. Okay. A post takes some kind of a body. How do we know which kind of body we need to provide? Well, our documentation is going to tell us that. So let me show you all this. If we go back here and then click the guide, it keeps going down. So listing all the resources, creating a resource. So you can see here, creating a resource, it shows a post, and then it shows the body that we need to provide, right? See the three things that it's provided for the body. Okay. And these are the things I provided 4 things. I think the 4 things is okay too. If it's 4 things are not okay, our API will come back with an error code telling us that 4 things are not okay. And so once we add this body here on the right hand side, we can do a send, and then it should come back with the appropriate status code. And so here you can see it came back with a 201 status code. 201 status code means created. I shouldn't have closed that page. A very common request. If we go to 200, 201 means created. So that's exactly the status code that we want to see from our application when we did something correct, right? And so it now added a new record to our application. Some things to note here about our application. It doesn't actually create the stuff in the application. It pretends to create the stuff, because imagine if everyone, I think they get like 1 billion requests a month or something. If everyone was creating stuff in their database, it would get full very quickly. So they just pretend to create it, but it doesn't actually create it. Yeah, Julia, exactly. Just paste the JSON body. So you can come here, and you could see even mine was different, but yeah, grab this JSON body, come here and just paste it. Remove, oh, sorry, you have to come here to body. I'm so sorry. And put that in here. There you go. And then send it. There you go. And then this is the response. Sorry for getting you all mixed up. Put it in here, JSON body request, and then this is the response. And if we were to do something wrong here, let's say we remove this. I don't know how the API will react, but let's see. If I was just to supply one of the values needed and we did a send, okay, that still worked. What if we did something like foo and did a send? Still works. Okay, everything works here. What if we send empty? So these are all kind of test cases that we actually can be writing for our application. Supplying invalid fields. What happens if we supply an empty body? Oh, sorry, click the wrong button. Send. See, so our API accepts everything. Is that okay? I don't know. It depends on the documentation and whether that's expected behavior of our application. I wouldn't expect it to, at least receive an empty body for a post, but that's how the application acts. It says everything was created successfully. It gave it an ID. So according to the application standards, that's okay. Okay, cool. Any questions about manually doing this before we move to doing this through automation? Oh, no, yeah. I mean, that's a good thing to do, right? I think you can send the unformatted body, but I don't even know if this will work. Yeah, there you go. So good call, Martin. Yeah, so of course, yeah, you can send an unformatted body, right? And you can see we get a 500 error. But that just tells us a syntax error. Yeah, I'm curious if I can break this somehow, just for my curiosity. If you pass in a string here, right, a string instead of an int, and maybe do some special characters. No, it still works. So it is a dummy application at the end, but again, for you to determine based on your requirements whether something like this should be acceptable. Oh, nice. Okay, Srana said so. The order matters. So let's copy this and supply it in here. She said she swapped this. That. Let's try it. Oh, keep clicking the wrong button. That still worked for me. I tried swapping user ID and title order. Yeah, exactly. Alex is right. Usually it shouldn't matter as an object what you're supplying. That's why I'd be very surprised. Okay, cool. I don't see any questions. I don't see any questions on this, so we're going to move on to automating this. So now we all did it manually. Sounds like you all understand it. Try to automate the post by following the instructions here. They're getting a little bit more complicated because we all already did a test together. So just navigate to the folder and then follow the instructions in this test to make the test work. Okay. I'm gonna show you all here. So you're navigating to Cypress, integration, network, exercise, and you'll be doing code here. It can create new users and post. No, sorry. Yeah, this one. You'll be doing this exercise here. Give me some yeses when you were able to write the test and run it and have it pass. Cool. Awesome job, Houston. Math. Awesome. Awesome. Wow, you guys are fast. I need harder exercises for you all. And don't worry if you're not finished. We have people here all different levels. I'm gonna wait for some more yeses. Cool. And also, yeah, if you got it to pass and want to play around with the test, you know, try different kind of stuff, right? While people are playing around with the exercise, there are some things that I can point out. Let me save here. There are different ways to test responses, right? Like you can do like this. For example, just kind of some little tricks with Cypress. You can just check a property like this, or you can just check it directly on the object by doing like this. So that's something to try. You can try to change the status code to something else and see what happens when the test fails. And then the other thing that I want to show everyone while they're doing exercises, this is the one thing you can't do in Gitpod that I couldn't figure out how to do, but if you do npx Cypress open, for a lot of people that are new to Cypress, you get the nice GUI that Cypress provides. Give it a second to open up. So it gets, this GUI comes up, and give me a second, I'll show you. So, and then you can see it shows all of the tests, that are here. And then, for example, if I click in our solution, it's going to execute all of those tests. So you all are learning how to run it through CLI, which is super awesome. But there's also this GUI that you can use to run your tests as well. I think it's much more valuable in UI testing, but it also provides some information in API testing, right? So here's our first test that we coded. You can kind of see some of the assertions that we were making and then what the request was. Alice, no, you don't need SauceLabs API integration for this to work. The only thing today that we need SauceLabs integration is for visual end-to-end testing, because that's going to be done with WebDriver IO and Sauce Visual. Everything else, you don't need SauceLabs for. Nick says posting to posts generates a new post rather than a new user. Are we changing 2 requests here or 1 to users? Let me see what you mean by that. Create a new, oh yeah, good call, Nick. I'm so sorry to confuse you. This test should be called create a new post on posts, right? Not a new user. Totally confusing test title. That's my bad. We're creating a new post when we're posting on posts. And then we're getting the response, logging the response. And sorry, I don't want to show you all the solution. Cool. Nick, I hope that answers your question. Yeah, Alex, great call. Alex knows me so well. That was a well misplaced naming that Nick was super wise to notice. Great job, Nick. Cool. Who here has gotten their test running that didn't tell me they had the test running before? Put a yes in the cool. All right. Great job, Mordechai. Anyone else that got their test up and running? Cool. Awesome. Great job, Hussam. Lester, awesome. Awesome. Cool. Very awesome. So better question then. Who here did not get their tests to run yet? If I hear silence, I'll be super happy. Anyone did not get their tests to run? Michael, what issue are you facing? Feel free to drop it in the chat. We got the world's best teaching assistants to help you out. Oh, okay. If you don't have the right expect. Okay, yeah, good call. Let's talk about the solution. Most of the people have got it down. Let me show you all the solution here. So here is what the solution looks like right after I correctly renamed the test. Here's the request that we're making. All right, we can see we're supplying the post here. Right before we were doing a get. The get is easy because you just do a side out request like that. But then if you want to do a post or another type of method, hint, hint, you put it in here, supply that base URL with that and then the body, right? And then you get back your response. And if you, by the way, great trick. If you ever want to kind of see the response coming back, you can just console log it and see how to analyze it. So let me show you all here. That wasn't here. And let me open that up here. So, and let me go to the console. So let me rerun these tests and I'll show you all what's coming back. So see how we got these objects coming back down here? These objects coming back. So that's how you can kind of inspect the object and what it looks like coming back from your web request and then decide which decisions to make. All right. So here's that object and you can see how we're interacting with it, right? The response status, we want it to be 201, right? So look here. If we look at here, response dot status, we get back 201. You know, we can check if you want to check the status text. we can check the status text. You know, we can check any of these, right? And then of course, if you want to dig in to the body, you just need to go into the response.body object. Let's take a look at that guy, response.body. And now we can see the body has a number of attributes. And then in our case, we were checking the title, which is that guy. Cool. So it's kind of helpful to see that in the console a lot of times when I'm writing API tests for me to understand how to interact with it. This was for the next test, FYI. Mohammed, so you're saying your console log doesn't log the response in the terminal. I don't know if that has to do with here. Let's see. Let's try it. Let me clear here. Then network. Let's do solution. So my solution has the console log. Let's see what happens. Oh, I misspelled.
It wouldn't, Nikolay, it wouldn't log in your console. It would log in Cypress's console, the browser.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I think telling.
Yeah.
Right. So console.log is going to be for Cypress's DevTools console.
Yeah, it's the browser's DevTools console.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, console log is just our console.log command from the browser, right? Right? That's what that is. It's just coming in here. Cool, but great question, Mohammed. I'm sure if you had it, many other people had it. For the command line, what do we use for? You want logging to the command line console. Well, Serrano, let me ask you what you would want to see in the command line console. Like, you want to see the object in the terminal? That's a good question. So let me think here. Would it be? I don't know actually how to do that. Anyone know how to log into the VS Code terminal? We'll try it out here. We can even check. Yeah, we can do. I don't know if it's a Cypress thing. Let's see. Oh, wrong place. Let's see here. No, that's not it. These are all great questions. I actually have rarely. Let's try it here. Add a new terminal here. So I don't think, let's see, side.log. People are saying side.log. Let's try it together. Oh yeah, okay, that's fine. Let me stop this. And then let me do work. There you go. Oh, and I should have done solution. Because I didn't fix the exercise. Trying everything in the solution. Oh, that's annoying. Let me stop complaining, Cypress. Cool. Oops, closed the wrong thing. That's up. So now let's try Cypress.
So Nikolay, in the folder under Cypress in videos,
Yeah.
it takes a video of the Cypress workspace, and in there you can see that it is logging out.
Yeah, but I think people want to see in the terminal, right?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. But
yeah, yeah,
if you wanted to see it there, it does. So under videos, the videos folder, it is
yeah.
the video of the execution.
Yeah, great call, by the way, Chris. Thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, for sure. Cypress automatically creates the videos that if you want to see them. So so if you wanted to see your video, you would just yeah. There we go. So you just open it, and then you can see the video of your test running. And let's see what Chris was talking about. This is just a great thing to mention. There's the video of the test run. How can Martin, this, I'm not sure if that's possible from Gitpod, unfortunately. Sorry about that. Like, I couldn't, we can try it together. We'll try it together. I didn't get to videos, but so I got my Gitpod here, right? So the videos automatically go to this videos folder, right? So we just need to navigate to Cypress, videos, it was network, okay? And then you can see I got my video, and so now we can just do open solution.spec. Let's see if it opens. I have no idea. Yeah, see, it doesn't open. Because the browser can't process the MP4 file, so that's why it can't open. There might be a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it with Gitpod today. I'll figure it out for the future. That's why I'm locally, however, locally you'll be able to do it because of course locally we have a video player. And so when you open it, it opens up with the video player. Yeah, Mohammed, great call on the console logging of Cypress. Cypress logs to the console whenever we're using, npx Cypress run, it logs all that information. But how to get extra stuff like this, yeah, I don't know. It's a great thing for me to figure out in the future.
Nikolay, in the Gitpod, I think you can right click and download the video file if you really want to see it, I think.
Oh, cool. Good call, Chris. Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, you can of course right click and download it to watch it, but not as cool as it opening it with CLI, but yeah, definitely an option. Yeah. Oh, cool. And Matt Allen posted a GitHub issue in order to make that work. Now I think it potentially could be useful. However, I'm curious what kind of logs you all want to see from Cypress in the terminal, because I'm not saying it's wrong. It's just I personally have never looked at. I was never missing any information from Cypress that I didn't have in their UI. That I really didn't have in their UI. That's kind of my go-to place to do everything. And I think that's a typical dev workflow, is you're just hanging out here in the Cypress UI, and then you're interacting with all the stuff, and you're getting all the information here in the console. Yeah. Yeah, true. Yeah, that's totally valid. Well, yeah, I guess there's an issue out there for that. But great stuff, y'all. Thanks for throwing that. All right, cool. We did a good amount of analysis on Cypress here with a post. Any questions before we move on to a put? How to run this in the Cypress UI again? Yeah, you want me to show you how to run the tests? Oh, through the Cypress UI locally. Yeah, absolutely. So if you locally, this is possible locally. I bet it's possible through GitHub. I unfortunately wasn't able to set it up for today, but in the future, I'll try to work more on it to be able to make it possible in Gitpod. But so let me show you all how to do that if you have everything locally. So I'm going to stop Cypress over here. Okay. So there's npx Cypress run to run the test basically in like headless mode. But then if you want to open the UI, you do npx Cypress open, and then it'll open up the Cypress UI. And so give it a moment. See a little Cypress coming up here. And then here's the UI. The UI is going to capture all of the folders that you have in your integration folder. And then you can see it's capturing all of them here. And then if you want to run anything, just click it. You can run everything if you want. You can run all of them here. For UI tests, you can switch your browsers here. I only have Chrome and Electron, but you can switch them here. For API tests, of course, that doesn't matter. So you can just click it, and then it'll run the tests. Does that answer your question, Anna? Cool. All right. Any other questions before we move on to the next web request? Okay, cool. I'll take silence as a no. Let's move on to the last one. So the last one is a put. Also requires a little UI to be able to work with it. But just to show you all the documentation on the put. So if we want to scroll down, right, we're no longer creating a resource. Remember, a put is to update the resource, right? And so in this case, if we wanted to update it, we would be updating one of the posts, right? So you can see now how the URL is starting to be built out. So in this case, you have the URL, right? The posts will give us back all of the posts that we had. Let's take a look at that here. And then if we want to get a specific one, you can put a 1 here, and that'll only return that object. Very common pattern to follow with web APIs, where you can get a whole collection, use that collection to get an individual item, and then you can even, target in on that, and then you can get into stuff like URL parameters at the end, and so on and so forth. But this is how you get just the one post, okay? And then we're doing a put on this one post because we're updating it, right? And so what we're updating it to is this information here. So we're supplying a title foo and a body bar. and then that's pretty much it. And then they're console logging it, and then this is what the output looks like. So let's do that through our API Fortress. We'll do the same thing. And follow along with me. You got the information right here. So follow along, and I'm going to do it together too. So API Fortress, I already have my put in here. So this is what a put looks like, right? You're just changing the method that you're operating on, supplying the correct endpoint, supplying the correct body, okay? And then you're sending it. And then you get back a response. We got a 200 in this case. 200 means okay. Let me get rid of this. Show you all a 200. 200 means okay. The request succeeded, as you can see. Curious if we can break it to get a different response. No, everything will continue to work. But again, depending on your API's requirements, some things may or may not be allowed. And so then so when you do the put, we'll send it again. You can see there's the body that comes back, right? So it came back with the title, right, that we supplied, and then the body that we supplied, right? If we can do like using a put to send this one, it comes back with that one. Now, if this wasn't a dummy API that we could actually hit, when you perform a put operation, you can actually then just call a get on this, and you should expect it to be in the same exact state after you update it, right? So if we updated it with all this information, you should be able to just do a get on that and then send it, and it should come back with the same exact information. But of course, this being a dummy API, it doesn't actually update it. It just kind of fakes it. So keep that in mind. Whether you're doing a put or a post, right? If you're adding an item to a collection, if you had 10 items in a collection and now you added one, you should be able to do a get on that same connection and get back 11 items because you just added one. Cool. All right. If there are no questions on how to manually do the put, try to automate the put. The instructions are right here. And I should change this. I'm going to update this. Yeah, just keep in mind, hit the network folder for the exercise. Alice, great question. So when it says to follow the instructions, yeah, Sarah's got it. But I'll just show you all again. So we're going to exercises in our Cypress integration network exercise. All right, we already did all of these, and then we got this last exercise here. Follow the to-do methods to make the test work. And then follow these things here to make the stuff work. Cool, awesome, good, great job, David. Thank you for updating me. Yeah, next time I'm gonna make it much harder for you all. Cool. Awesome, Srana. Cool. Yeah, at the end, awesome. Thank you all for letting me know. Cool, Houston, no problem. We'll raise up the difficulty. Yeah, at the end, while people are working away, I'm gonna kill this one. At the end, when everything is done, you should be able to do that and then get everything passing now in your network file. Repassing. Cool. And this is what it looks like at the end. This is like success now. Awesome. Thank you all for updating me. It helps me a lot to know. All green, beautiful. You all rock. Anyone not get their test passing yet? Okay, I hear silence, so I'm gonna assume everyone got their test to pass, which is awesome. Just to show you all what my solution looked like. Just replacing the put here, right, instead of the post. The body can be whatever you want in here, as we saw that from the API. I'm logging the response here, but then you can do, of course, as I mentioned, you can do like this, and then to equal something, or you can do response.status, depending on your preferences, and then get rid of this. I kind of like this way better. You know, it's shorter, but maybe you like this because it's kind of more clear. I don't know. It's up to you. It's just a preference thing. I just wanted to show it, and then you can do it like that. And again, of course, you can analyze the object. Let me show you all. We can analyze the object here in the inspector. If you come to the console, let me rerun these tests. It'll be the second object, right? And then the second object is what that looks like, coming back with a different status code, right? Not a 201, which is created. It's just coming back with OK. And then you can see here's the body that it comes back with, which is exactly what we supplied. Cool. I got a question here. Should we implement this test in the same repos, the API or the front end app? So I'll tackle them one by one. So I'm a strong believer in putting the test code in the same repository as the application code. The reason for that, you'll actually see a great example of this when we do our CI/CD integration, in that you only need to pull down a single repository, right? And in that single repository, you're going to be able to run all of the commands that you need in order to be able to run the test. And so, for example, us working in this repository, even though it doesn't have the API in this case, it'll apply for our UI tests. We have the application here. We're going to have our tests here. And so whenever we want to test our application, we just do an npm run start to start our application. Now it's running on localhost. Next step, we just run whatever tests we want. And then when everything is done, now we can deploy that. While if it was in a separate repository, think about what we would have to do, right? We need to pull down the source code of the application and start it. Then we need to pull down the source code of the tests and then run those again. So it's just like double the trouble, and also double the environments to maintain potentially, unless it's both in JavaScript. But then if it's both in JavaScript, why are they not together in the same repository? Let me know if you have any thoughts about that, by the way, that those are just my thoughts. Let me tackle the next one. What if I only want the API test library and not Cypress itself? No, you have to use Cypress for your API testing. If you want to do API testing without Cypress, you can use something like Fetch. Fetch, or you can do web requests with Fetch or Axios libraries, but those aren't API testing libraries per se. They are ways to perform web requests. And so then you'll need to code your own kind of organizations of it. You'll need to kind of you won't have this nice UI. You won't have the nice network interface, all of that kind of stuff. So I don't see any reason to not use Cypress. I mean, it's also free, so it's my recommendation. Yeah, Jacopo, I don't know. Yeah, like I said, Cypress is the best in my opinion. The only other tools that I know do it are Fetch and Axios, and those aren't like API testing tools with a lot of functionality. They just allow you to perform web requests. Has anyone used another API testing tool in the JavaScript environment outside of Cypress? If you have, yeah, recommend it. There you go. Super test. Thank you, Nick. Let's see it. Test Cafe. Let's see super test. Never use super test, but this is another option. Let's see. That's cool. There you go. Yeah, Jacopo. So here's another option for you. Test Cafe. Hey, Anna, Test Cafe runs API tests. No, please, no Catalan Studio. That's not a thing real testers use. Sorry, Alice. Yeah, Davina. Yeah, Selenium, rest assured. Yeah, those are JavaScript, Java things. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, great call, Alice. Yeah, you can use Postman. Postman too. The Postman is awesome. Nothing wrong with it. Postman, you can use Postman to create like collections. Postman, find for anyone that's unfamiliar. Yeah, we got so many cool resources. You can use Postman to create your tests and then run them. Yeah, it's up to you how you want to. So my challenge with not having it embedded in the repository of the source code is that now you just get into a bunch of challenges of integration. Like you have to figure out how to set up environments for these external tools that are not already set up for your development environment. Like if you think of, whether you're a QA working with a developer or you're a developer, you're definitely going to have an environment set up for your application to work, right? So why are we going to be adding extra barriers to entry, extra hurdles to jump over in order for us to be able to do testing, when instead we can just integrate ourselves into the environment that already exists? And then also, if we're like a QA or an SDET doing testing alongside developers, now we can get developer help whenever we run into trouble, instead of having our own tooling that if the developers are not familiar with, they're going to be like, hey, sorry, I have no idea what you're talking about and I can't help you. Puppeteer. Okay, cool. I guess so. All right. Those are a lot of options. Thank you all for all of that information. Okay, awesome. Let me see here what we got left. We are all doing amazing. All right, we're done with this section. Awesome. So just a quick summary. Use get to retrieve resources. Post when you want to add a child resource. Put when you want to modify a single resource. Yeah, and then you can use HTTP clients like API Fortress, Postman, to do your testing. Yeah, you have also API Fortress if you want to do a UI based testing kind of thing. And then for those of you that want more exercises after, just because we don't have unlimited time today, I left some bonus exercises in bonus.spec.js here. There's a lot more that you can do here. You can see intercepting requests and doing other things, checking the body to be a array and so on. Take a look at it afterwards if you want to keep your API testing journey going. And then there's some really great resources if you want to learn about REST APIs. And then there's an API testing in JavaScript tutorial here as well to continue your learning. Cool. All right, next we're going to move on to the UI testing portion of our workshop. Let me close this. We're going to work on end-to-end tests. We are at over 2 hours now into the workshop, which I think has been flying by. We're going to do a 10-minute break to, use the restroom, grab some coffee, some food, whatever. Okay, let's come back here in 10 minutes, which would be, let's say, 1:19 Eastern time. I know, right, Davina? I totally agree. Time flies when we're having fun. 1:19 EST. And you in California, that is 10:19 PST. And then I have no idea about the other time zone. Sorry, Europe. I think Europe is 6 hours plus EST, so 7:19 set. So just be back in 10 minutes. Cool. See you all in a bit. Yeah, you can totally just hang in the chat if you want. You can, yeah, nobody, you don't need to leave. Yeah, you can just hang out. I'm going to turn on some music in the meantime. Oh, Johnson, you're asking which kind of cryptocurrency I have? Sorry, I spilled eye drops all over my eye trying to put them in. No, I don't mind. I love cryptocurrency. I really believe in its future. Yeah, definitely no financial advice. I got Bitcoin, I got Ethereum, I got Solana. Those are my primary three that I believe in, and I think they got good technology underneath. Let me see here. What else? I'm in a few DAOs. There's like 2 DAOs that I participate in. Those are just like super speculative attempts. I got Olympus DAO and my goodness, what's the other one? I forget. It is called. It's a super cool DAO. The other one is a DAO based around offsetting carbon. They're basically trying to make the price of carbon more expensive, hence making the planet greener. I can't believe I'm like blanking on it. I gotta tell you guys, I gotta share that one. Hold on. I'll get it. I'll get it, you know, and then I'll tell you all. Wonderland. Oh, Varen. Oh my God. I gotta tell you about Wonderland. My brother told me about the Wonderland and their amazing returns, and it didn't work out so well for me. All I learned is that don't get too greedy ever, especially in cryptocurrency. You know, I pretty much lost like 90% of my money in Wonderland. What do you all got? By the way, I think you all can come on video and speak if you want. Oh, that's cool. Helium. Helium is dope. Are you using that little helium Y spot? That's cool. How do you like it, Houston? Is it like giving you good is it working well? Hmm. Yeah, that's unfortunate. Sorry, man. Hopefully you got in early enough to make a good amount of it in the beginning. If we had time, I'd tell you guys a crazy story, but I'll preface it by saying that I got into Bitcoin when it was between $20 and $40. I was super fortunate to get the information that I got when I did. It was actually I used to know a DEA agent, and she told me that they were like having trouble with this new type of currency that drug dealers all over the world were using to move drugs, you know, that it was like untraceable. And then I did some research about it, and it was Bitcoin. And I was like, wow, this is an insane model for growth. I mean, it was like constantly decreasing supply with constantly growing demand, you know. So I invested in it back in like, I don't know, what was it, like 2009, 2010. Cool. Let me see. Can you all hear the music, by the way? Cool. All right. All right, it's 1:19. We're gonna do something different and awesome. Usually around this time, people's like energy drops off a little bit. So I want to do a little and quick dance party. So what I want everyone to do, if you're comfortable with it, turn on your camera. I'm gonna start blasting this music, and then we're gonna do a little dance party, and then the winner of the best dance moves will get some kind of a prize. So I'm gonna go get my dog so I can dance with her. Feel free. I think you all should be able to turn on your camera. I can see up to 20 people, I think, can turn on their camera. So if you're cool with it, go ahead and turn it on, and then we'll dance. Are you guys gonna make me dance by myself? Yeah, Johnson, join in. Come on, Chris. Come on, Alex. Yeah, get your pets if you want. Yeah, Davina, show us your baby. No, everything can top a puppy. Sorry, Davina, that sucks. All right, next time you gotta enable your cameras. All right, awesome. Well, thank you all for trying to participate in that. Just wanted to get some energy up and finish up the last 1.5 hours here. Yeah, for sure. We just had this Ultra Music Festival in Miami. I didn't go. I'm too old, but it was super cool to see it right next door. Actually, I want to go next year. I want to try it for like a few hours. I think the winner goes to Chris because he was able to get his camera on and dance. But I do appreciate everyone trying to participate. Next time, I'm going to get it better. This was my first time trying this. Next time, I'm going to get it better so that you all can turn on your camera and we can jam out together. Yeah, everyone is a winner. I'll see if I can send everyone at least some stickers. Okay, awesome. All right, enough dancing. Let's get to learning. So we're going to talk about end-to-end browser tests. We're going to learn how to test a web application with functional browser end-to-end tests. And actually here, I hope that you all will kind of see some advantages of co-locating test code with source code. I hope that will become clear. So in your Git pod, my workspace is installed. In your Git pod, you should remember that you should be able to open up an app on localhost 3000. Yours won't open in localhost 3000, but remember, you should be able to click one of those links. Whenever mine opens, I'll be able to show you, but you should be able to click it and then it should take you to a web app. For me, my web app looks like this. And I'll pull it up here. This is what the web app looks like. This is Mia. This is the dog that you all just saw. She's my baby. And it's just a very simple React web application. It's solely designed for us to practice testing. There we go. So yep, remember, if you want to open the web app, you can come here to the Remote Explorer and you should have this port 3000 open. You can click this little globe and then it'll open up the app. Okay. The other way to do it is here in this command line, in this terminal, you can just command click this localhost 3000 and open that up as well. Okay. So now that hopefully everyone has their app running. Does everyone have their localhost 3000 running in their Git pod or locally? Anyone not able to start up their web app? Okay, no no's. I'm going to proceed. Awesome. So let's look at our application that we are going to be testing here. So this is our application, right? It's a very simple web app, has an image here, has this text here, and then has this URL. If we click it, and actually I'm just going to click it here. It just takes you to ultimateqa.com. So what are the requirements for testing this application? this is going to be our testing strategy. We're going to go through this document. Here we have the expected behavior of our application. Here we're going to start testing each item one by one. We're going to decide which type of test we're going to use and which technologies we're going to use to test our application. So our application should obviously render, right? Very basic of a web request of a web app. The link should go to the correct location. So in our case, the correct location is just going to ultimateqa.com. The link should also open in a new tab. The app should look correct on Chrome in the most popular resolution and also on Safari in the most popular resolution. This is as far as we're going to be able to get today. But just to give you all an idea that even such a simple web application, there is a lot more to testing it than just that. We can now start ensuring their application is accessibility friendly. We can do front-end performance testing on it. We can make sure that our application is secure, and potentially even a few other types of tests that I don't even know about. So you can see, just again, from such a simple app, there's a lot of testing to do. And sorry, 1 second, let me just turn on my noise removal. Cool. So with all of that said, let me ask you all a question. What is the most basic test that we can write for our application? Yeah, nice, Houston. Cool, good. And Houston, how would you check if the application is on? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, awesome. Lots of great answers. Okay, we don't see a 404. Nice. 200 response. Cool. Yeah, you guys are really good. Absolutely. And so yeah, we're going to use Cypress here in order to make this possible. Of course, we covered Cypress a little bit. I didn't fully show you all this is their website, right? Fast and reliable testing anything that runs in the browser. I already showed you all how to open Cypress. If you have it locally, you can open up the GUI using npx cypress open. Yeah, good call, David. So let me fix that. So our tests live in Cypress integration folder. And so your exercise to write a Cypress test to make sure that our application opens. And David pointed correctly, I'm going to fix that right now, is to, in your IDE, you're going to go to Cypress integration end to end, and then exercise spec, and follow the instructions to implement this test. Okay. So go ahead and do that, and I'll show you all here too. So we're done with the network tab. We're in network folder. We're going to be now only in the end-to-end folder. You're coming to exercise spec, and you're going to be doing all the work from there. And so you're implementing this test. Let me know in the chat when you're done.
Nikolay, we should have had a prerequisite that said you can't use GitHub Copilot.
Why is that?
Because it just did all of that for me.
That's amazing. Yeah, you want to show that, Chris? Yeah, I think many people are not familiar with GitHub Copilot. It's one of the greatest coding, like AI assisted tools I've ever seen. Oh, actually, I can do it, Chris, so you don't have to switch on. So I think it's in beta, but you can see here's Copilot, right? GitHub Copilot. Go sign up for its beta. It's insane. Let's see if I can see what Chris is talking about. So if I hit, oh, okay. So if I hit enter here, you can see the gray part appear. GitHub uses AI to figure out what you want to code. So look, it already tells me I want to do this. I'm just going to hit tab, hit save that. And then if I go to the next line, it's not telling me this one. Did it tell you that one, Chris?
It literally got everything.
Nice. There you go. Yeah, if I hit enter from that line, look, it's telling me to do that line of code as well. So hopefully, no one else has GitHub Copilot. Cool. All right. Oh yeah, Abhishek, great question. Thought process to select Cypress as an automation tool for the workshop. I guess are you? Well, I'll just talk about it. In my point of view, from my years of experience working with many different types of tools in numerous programming languages from C# to Java and JavaScript, I found Cypress to be the best in helping me to achieve what I want to achieve, which is better testing. It helps me with my end-to-end UI testing. It helps me with my API testing. Its integrations with stuff like front-end performance testing with Lighthouse, and even accessibility testing with Lighthouse. Its integration with CI, its UI, its debuggability, everything about Cypress has made my job easier. And so that's why I chose to work with it, because I wanted to share that knowledge and experience with you all in hopes that it makes your life easier as well. If it doesn't, no problem. If you have your preferences, that's totally cool. For me, it's just, it beats all the other tools in pretty much all the other ways. What do you think, Abhishek? Any thoughts about that? Rana, are you saying you love Java? Oh, let me see. Oh, Abhishek, there you go. Sorry, I didn't realize that I get this moderation thing. I gotta approve you all. But I think I just approved you, Abhishek, if you want to let me know. Yes, Rana, Java's super nice. Chris is amazing at JavaScript. Chris is amazing at Java. I'm pretty good at Java too. Yeah, Mohammed, amazing point. Yeah, Mohammed has an amazing point in that Cypress only works for web, right? So if you want to do testing for web and mobile, you can't use Cypress. So yeah, that's what in that case you got to go with something like WebDriver IO. So it depends on your needs. Um I I'm not a big fan of mobile testing. I think it's extremely painful compared to like web testing. So I try to stay away from it as much as possible. Yeah, Martin, thanks for that input. So Martin says, I'm coming from Selenium, C#, Test Project, Catalan, and other tools, and Cypress by far is the most intuitive tool for testing. Yeah, I totally agree with all you said, Martin. I found the same in my transition from C#, Selenium, Java Selenium to Cypress. I was shocked at how easy and well everything works. And like you said, the documentation is superb. Yeah, Julia, I mainly do web automation. I know how to do mobile automation, but I try to stay away from it at all costs, because it's so painful. And I think that the current tooling that we have for mobile automation is not right. I think mobile automation is best done at the developer level, where at the developer level they already have the tools in place, like Xcode and Espresso, that can do Android and iOS testing, and you can interact with locators from there. But then for some reason we decide to slap on another layer of abstraction and complexity on top of it to make black box testing, and I think it's not the right solution. So that's why I try to not use it as much. Hey Oleg, great question. We're not going to be using Cypress with Safari here, but good point. Appium, yeah. If you like mobile testing, that's cool. I'm super happy for you. I love web testing. I'm scared to get into too deep into mobile testing. Yeah, Abhishek, I'm sorry that it's not letting you speak. Let's see. Yeah, the other advantage of if you have a web application and you're using Cypress, the advantage is that you and the developers can work together on testing. We are always trying to bridge that gap where testers and developers work together. Coding in the same programming language is one of the best ways to do that. I can even speak from experience where I started my first C# project. Before that, I went from QCP to C#. And because I was coding in C# and writing different types of tests, the developers were able to help me a lot in writing the tests, creating the framework, writing API tests. We were able to collaborate on unit tests together simply because we spoke the same programming language. If I picked Java, for example, or something else that they weren't coding in, that knowledge gap would obviously be much harder for them to bridge, and they wouldn't even want to participate. Where in the code did we define the base? Oh, amazing question, Aditya. Yes, good question. So base URL for Cypress is defined in cypress.json right here. Wonderful question. Thank you for asking it. This is where we define the base URL. Okay, so that's how it navigates to it. It should work in Gitpod too. So if you're in Gitpod, it automatically should detect. You shouldn't even need to change it. So if we go here, for example, and I do, let me see here. And then I'll do 1 second. Let me grab the command. Oh, I didn't tell you all how to run it. That's frustrating. I'll show you all how to run it. So to run your tests, you do npm npx cypress run. I don't know why I put two in, and then we would do integration. Actually, need to do end to end, and then you would do exercise. Yes. So this is how you'll run the tests in the UI, and it should work without you having to change the URL. So see how it works. And by the way, I saw someone asked. Thanks, Martin. I saw someone asked how to run. Why do the tests pass when executing them? It's because they're dummy, but there's no assertion, so they're just gonna pass. It's running all my tests.
And just a FYI here, if you're working on Gitpod, you will not be able to open the Cypress UI. So you'll just have to run this command that Nikolay is showing now.
Yeah, that's the main disadvantage of Gitpod, but at least we're all in the same environment and working together. Web page on the right, but my test pass. Yeah, Alice, exactly. It's because you don't have, you're not going to have the Cypress UI like I have here.
If you open up the 6080 port, sorry, I was blanking there. If you open up the 6080 port on the Remote Explorer, you should see the Cypress open up, and it should show a VNC of a desktop. Nikolay, if you wanted to show that.
Yeah, sure. So here's what we got.
6081 should open up, and you should be able to see Cypress actually running.
Well, I went here and clicked 6080. That's amazing if it works. Thanks, Chris.
It should work. I can, I don't know if I'm able to share, but I was able to open it up that way. So.
Oh, you know why it doesn't run? Because let's try it. I need to run it. So if we do npx Cypress run open, and then come, oh, beautiful. There it is. Yeah. So thanks, Chris. So in the Remote Explorer, you can open 6080 port, and then you'll get this VNC, and now you'll get the nice Cypress UI. And so you can actually go to your exercise spec JS, and now you can write your tests, right? And so now if you're going to write your tests in end-to-end exercise, if you're going to do side.visit.
Nikolay, I'm not sure why yours isn't showing, but
it's showing, Chris.
But so it should also show a browser. Like you should see a whole desktop setup.
Oh, really?
Your screen is black behind, so I'm not sure.
Oh, maybe it's my Brave blocking stuff.
Could be.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, no idea, but at least I got this, which is awesome.
So
that's good enough for me.
Those who are trying to do that should be able to see basically a whole VNC desktop, and then you'll see the web app and also the Cypress UI.
By the way, too, I just wanted to kind of, Nikolay mentioned that he didn't give you a command to run, but if you go to the package.json, you can see a list of commands that you can run in order to run the test. So you don't, we need him, but you don't need him. You can also figure it out.
Good call, Alex. Yeah, if you forget, if you need the list of commands, yeah, they're in package.json for you too. Here's a bunch of them. And this is our test running here in, can I make this bigger? I don't think so. I can't make it bigger, unfortunately, but this is what our test looks like when it runs. And so now with Cypress UI, it's cool because you get these little interactions. I'm just going to move over to this one just to show you all. Just because it's bigger and easier for everyone to see. You'll have the similar experience, just not as nice UI, obviously, in Gitpod. But here's our test, right? You can see it tells us exactly one command at a time. Again, one of the reasons why I like Cypress. This comes out of the box, had to do zero work to make this possible, and then it kind of shows you what you need to do with the different kinds of elements and different kinds of actions and so on. So let's continue here. I think, was anyone not able to run their first Cypress test? There's a lot of questions here. I'm not seeing any no's. Perfect. So we're gonna continue to update our, Mayank, which command do you want to know? That's better. The test case run. Oh yeah, for sure. To run the tests, you can do. Let me kill Cypress here. You can do this command. There you go. Yeah, Chris got you. Yeah, you can do that. Or as Chris mentioned, if you're in Gitpod, you can just come here to Remote Explorer, open port 6080, and then it'll automatically open the UI. And then if you do npx, look how the UI is closed. Now, if you do npx Cypress open, this opens that little GUI that Cypress gives. And now you can run it through here. So you all are working in exercise. You come to exercise, and now you can be running your tests in here and just leave it. You can just leave it up. When you save the file, it'll automatically run your tests. Cool. So there's an ugly view. Let me change this to something else. Let me come here. So let's update our test coverage. So we were just able to write a application renders test, right? I'm just going to put an X here. We used a UI test, end-to-end test, functional test, all kind of along the same lines, and we used Cypress to do that. Next, we want to, how are we going to check that the link is correct? Don't look below. Open question. How would you check that the link is correct? Cool. Okay. Nice. Okay. Yeah, nice. Okay. Yeah, I got some expected answers. Status code 400. Not on the link, Julia. Because if you open the link, it would be a status code 200. It's a get on the link. But Sarah, you put a great answer that a lot of us believe, and I actually learned it myself, in that clicking a link isn't actually necessary to validate that a link is correct. We talk about that here. The reason why that is the case is the clickability of a link is actually a browser behavior. So if it's a link, then clicking it doesn't actually test anything particular to our application. Instead, right, it's just extra time lost to perform an action and then to validate that we navigate to the correct URL. It's basically just an unnecessary test that's testing native browser behavior. Instead, and I can show you all that exactly, actually. Right, so the clickability of this is just, it's just a browser thing. So what we actually want to do here is check the href attribute, because that is what tells us where it's going to navigate, right? So in this case, it says ultimateqa.com, right? And if we click it, that's exactly where it takes me. But if it's, for example, something else, right? If it's wrong in our application, and then we click it, now it takes me to the wrong URL, right? And so that is actually, this is the only thing that we actually care about in terms of the link. So it saves time, and it basically just saves time and makes our testing more efficient. So with that, do the exercise that is right here. Let me share that with you all. And yeah, keep remembering that this is an end-to-end for Cypress integration end-to-end folder. So you'll be in continuing your exercise, but now you're writing this test. And I'm going to finish this one here. And then cool. So you're working on this test right here. Let me know in the chat when you're done. All right, great job, Alice. Good job on doing the whole thing. I'll move faster. Cool. All specs pass. Cool. Awesome. Am I moving too slow for you all? Is there anyone that thinks I should? Do people think I should speed up? Awesome. Yeah, cool. All right. Cool. I think everyone is happy with my speed. I saw a lot of people done. Let's just go ahead and get this done. We got hour and 5 minutes, and we got 2 more sections to go through. All right. Cool. Done. Yep. Let's feel free to work on it on your own. I'm going to start coding the solution here. GitHub Copilot, highly recommended. It'll make your life even better. But look what it's doing for me. So yeah, that's the right command. And then here, yeah, you got to fill this on your own. And let's see if, and hilariously, GitHub Copilot even filled in the URL for me correctly as well. So yeah, it's a super cool tool.
Do that one, Nikolay.
Do it?
Yeah, run that. It's
Okay.
close. It'll fail though.
Oh, it'll fail.
Yeah.
Let's see.
So AI is good, but not great.
Let's see. Yeah, you know where man, where it's been annoying me is when I'm importing stuff like for React. GitHub Copilot gets in the way there because it starts recommending things that I don't want. And so then when I exit out of it, now I can't use my auto completion to finish the import, and then I have to manually complete it. So I think it's in beta still, right, Chris?
Yeah, you even have to sign up. You can't even just go download it.
Yeah.
But yeah, see, it's
okay.
It's really close, but it's not the exact URL. So
yeah, exactly. So maybe if I said should have attribute and okay, close. Yeah, close. Maybe if I said like no, but this is the right kind of assertion, because if I said like contain, like if I said contain,
still not, it still won't work, right? Because it's a full, and that's why Alex is right. This is why we still need humans, right? We can use this stuff to augment our ability, but we still need to check it.
Yeah, good call. Yeah, so now if you fix that and save it, it should automatically be run. There it's run. Oh, it's going to fail again. Ultimate QA should equal. Oh, and it messed. Yeah, that's why. Okay, and let me show you all the typical workflow, how I usually work with Cypress. And actually, I don't. Yeah, just put them side by side like this. There you go. All right, let's save it now. So the other cool thing I like about Cypress, when you save it, it'll automatically rerun the tests. So there you go. You can see a link goes to the ultimate QA, right? It visited our base URL that's in our Cypress JSON. And then we expected that our app link has the attribute href and that value is equal to correct. I wonder, we could probably come up with a better here, we could probably pick something better. Maybe what if we do like b approximately? I'm curious what that'll come out as. No, that's failing. So yeah, it's a number. We could probably find a better contains. Yeah, Oleg, I was thinking about contains. I think the challenge is that what if it navigates to ultimateqa.com/foobar? Is that what we expected? I would say no. So that's the challenge with contains. Yeah, equal is the one. We approximately should. Yeah, I think equal is the best. You just got to make it the correct string. That's the best option.
I agree, Nikolay. I think equals is really the only option here, right? Because you're really trying to validate a specific URL.
Yeah. Yeah, good call.
Now,
all right.
The only thing again that you obviously as you're creating these tests that maybe you have to modify is going to https www.ultimateqa or just ultimate QA. They'll both go to the same page, but you're trying to validate what you have in your application. So whatever your app has is obviously what you'd want to validate.
Yeah, good call, Chris. And you know what? Potentially we could. No, I think that's it. I'm not going to overcomplicate it. All right. Anyone not able to, no, I think everyone got this test. Let's continue to the last one. Let's just double check our test coverage. All right. So we checked that the link goes to the correct location. We did that with these types of tests and Cypress. Formatting Markdown in the browser is such a pain. All right. With Cypress. All right. Next one. Next one is not open-ended question, but how to test that a link opens in a new tab. So a lot of times when we talk about clicking a link, not only are people trying to validate whether it goes to the right location, sometimes they want to validate that it opens in a new tab. And so in order to do that, we can actually write a totally separate test. And the tab ability is just simply working with the target attribute. Let me show you all exactly what I mean. I lost my application. Let me pull it up here. There it is. So opening up in a new tab, I mean, it's a very random, weird requirement. I'm only kind of simply showing you all some tips and tricks here. I have had people that ask me about that, but it's not something that should be high priority on our testing list. But here you can see that our link has this target, and this target is underscore blank. So if I'm just clicking it, it automatically opens in a new tab. Okay, so if I remove this target and there is no target, and then I click the link, you'll see that it opens up in the exact same tab. And so that's basically how you would validate that through the UI. Yeah, Gleb does an amazing job of explaining everything, of course. So now your exercise is to write the same test in Cypress and by implementing the last and third test. Let me know when you all are done. Awesome, everyone. Awesome, awesome, awesome. All right, I'm gonna. So many people done. Love it. All right, next time, way more advanced exercises. So we're using site.get, and then attribute. Yeah, opening in a second tab. Yeah, Aditya, this is exactly the test case that we're doing here, unless I'm misunderstanding your requirements. What we're doing here is exactly validating open in a second tab, right? So if your link contains this target attribute with this value, it will open in a second tab. That's like guaranteed browser behavior. If it doesn't work for your application, it's not going to work for the entire internet. So I hope that answers your question. So open in a second tab, that's just by checking that attribute. Yeah, that's just checking this. This will open in a new tab. If it doesn't have target attribute, will not open in a new tab. Yeah, nice. Yeah, way great call. You can even make the code simpler by just doing this. Should have attribute target, right? And so that'll work too, because if it, and I'm curious actually, that's a good call. Let me see here. If this is not blank,
Nikolay,
or what if
he has blank in there as well. Should have attribute target, comma, underscore blank.
oh, okay. Oh, should have attribute target. Oh yeah,
Next
cool.
line, yeah.
Cool. Yeah, nice. Yeah, good call. So yeah, you can another way target and then underscore blank. Yep, you can do that too. There you go. Cool. Srana, no, I didn't say there's no point in testing browser functionality. I said that there's no point in clicking a link to ensure that it goes to the correct URL. You don't need to have a test that comes, clicks this, and then ensures that it goes to the next to another URL. You can just check the href attribute. I hope that answers your question. If there's a misunderstanding, definitely let me know. I'm happy to explain it.
Just to add to that, Nikolay, I think this is kind of, Srana, this is the same kind of idea, is if we test the attributes on the link without actually clicking it, we don't have to figure out what the browser does. We're just making sure that that target value is associated with the link, right? So it's kind of the same thing Nikolay mentioned with just testing the href without actually clicking and going to that URL. So same kind of idea.
Yeah, good call, Chris. So Alice has an awesome point. Is that because you don't find the value checking that the URL doesn't 404? And I assume you're talking about the next URL that we navigate to, right? Great. Yeah, great question. So, right, in this test case, right, we only cared about the URL. So there is kind of two ways to go about it. You can write the automated test and do what we did by one time ensuring, that this URL is correct, right? So now we know, okay, this pulls up our page, so we can add it to our test. We're good to go. That URL shouldn't change. The other way to do it is if you don't want to be worried that for whatever reason, at some point, this URL can start returning a 404, you write a separate test, and that separate test would simply just be a get of this URL that ensures it returns a 200. Does that make sense, Alice? Cool. Yeah, it would just be an API test. So that's why to run tests on Sauce Labs VMs. Hey Aditya, I don't cover that here, how to run Cypress tests in Sauce Labs, but let me just send you that documentation for you. So here's Cypress, and I'll send you that your way. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Chris. You rock. Next, I'm gonna start letting the TAs handle it. All right. Yeah, Srana. So Srana also has a good point. She says checking that the URL returns 200 is different to it loading correctly. Yeah, absolutely. Great point. Our website can come up, but that doesn't mean that it looks how we want it to look. That's actually a really wonderful point. And so now, if you want to ensure that the next page is up and looks how you want it to look, how would you do that, Srana? Yeah, cool. Or you can do it with another type of testing, which is visual testing. And I think that's even better. And I'll show you exactly why. You can basically accomplish the same thing that, yeah, Mohammed is right. You can do the same thing as this functional test, but with a visual test. And it has even more capabilities that a functional test doesn't have. We'll cover that. But wonderful questions. Love it. You all are awesome today.
Yeah, Nikolay, I just want to add one thing just to make sure we're all on the same page here. I think Nikolay's not necessarily saying that these type of tests wouldn't be valid, right? Like going to a page and making sure that it's a valid page and it's the page you wanted. But what we want to try to do is we want to make your specific test as atomic as possible and really only test one thing at a time, right? And then to check that that URL works, we can maybe load that URL directly and make sure that it's the looking correctly using visual tests, right? So break your test down into smaller pieces so that we can, in theory, execute more in parallel instead of having a long end-to-end test that does all of it. Exactly, reducing the UI flakiness.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chris. Yep, exactly as you said. It's about, yeah, making our tests as atomic as possible. I used to do a workshop in Java where we broke down 17 end-to-end tests, 17 large end-to-end tests. We broke them down into 180 tiny atomic tests. It was a lot of tests, but when we broke them down, we got our test suite down from like 7 minutes to down to like 35 seconds because we were just able to run all of those tests in parallel. We used the correct kind of type of test in certain areas. And so it went from 7 minutes to 35 seconds. Even though we had 10 times more tests, we were just able to run them so much faster because each test, for example, one end-to-end test didn't take an entire minute to execute. And instead, our entire test suite was only as slow as the slowest test. And so it's very powerful. And as Martin said, it reduces UI flakiness. Cool. Yeah, great conversations on this, y'all. Can I ask you all? Yeah, Matt. Yeah, it is. I'll get that to you. Remind me afterwards. I'll get it for you. Remind me at the end of the session, Matt. I'll hang around for some questions and I'll get you the repo. So cool. What are some challenges of functional UI tests? I heard some of them already here. Feel free to throw some out in the chat. Yeah, great one, Sarah. Yeah, for sure. HTML changes, break UI tests. Shadow DOMs, yeah, for sure. Any other challenges? You all think of functional UI tests? Does anyone think they're slow? Does anyone think they are unstable compared to other types of tests? Yeah, slow and brittle, yup. Yeah, CI execution, yup. Yeah, expensive. Yeah, for sure. You all got pretty much everything I had plus more. Yeah, I mean, you need for a UI test, you need a lot of things working together for the test to work correctly, right? You basically have to have an entire environment up and running for you to interact with the browser. And so that's how we get all these challenges that we kind of encounter. And so just, it's basically what Chris alluded to. The whole point here is to think about how do we reduce a lot of those and move them to different layers? How do we move some tests to the API layer? How do we test only a link instead of clicking on a link? And even better is if you wanted, for example, and you're doing your testing in like JavaScript, for example, you can do component testing, which I'm not covering here because unfortunately we don't have enough time, but I left a bunch of resources for you all to see of how to do component tests. And let me see, I even linked to an example here of how to, for example, test a button. If you wanted to test that a button has the correct behavior, you can do a component test for it as well. So you have multiple tools in your tool belt. You can be doing API testing. You can be doing like smaller atomic UI tests, and you can even remove most of your tests with component tests. But even still, you can remove a lot of your UI tests with visual end-to-end tests, which are still UI tests, but they are more robust, and I'll cover that in a moment. Let me go back here. Cool. Let me update our coverage here. So we captured this one too. And of course, we use the same tech. I'm not gonna repaste that here. All right. So that brings us to kind of the conclusions, but also to think about how now are we going to ensure that our application looks as expected on Chrome and Safari. As someone alluded to, right? Here, this is our app. Oh, sorry for clicking. It doesn't matter. This is our app that we're testing now, right? For example, the fact that we have this image here and this image exists, does that necessarily guarantee that our application looks as expected? Or if this app returns 200 when it loads, right? Does that necessarily guarantee that it's working correctly? No, it doesn't, because we could just have this image and everything else could be messed up. I mean, even this image could be over here and this text could be over here, and that doesn't mean it's going to be correct. But then if you're checking web requests, the application can come up, but it can not render because you have, for example, CSS or HTML issues in your application. And so that's where we're going to start doing visual end-to-end testing in order to ensure those kinds of behaviors, but also take it to a next level and ensure that our application looks how we want it to look. There are other exercises for you to keep working on if you want to keep expanding your knowledge. There's a tutorial here I created on building and testing web applications. You can go and watch it later. I show you how to use a bunch of different types of tests to test a more complicated application. But for now, we're just going to continue to the next section, which is visual end-to-end testing. We got into super deep discussion in the last section. Does anyone have any last-minute comments, questions, concerns before we move on here? Okay, cool. I don't see any questions, so I'm going to move on. All right. So in this section, we're going to learn what is visual end-to-end testing and how to implement visual end-to-end testing in our application. I got this through a poll, so I'm curious who has done visual testing. I think it was about like 10 or 15%. Drop me a yes in the chat if you have done visual testing. Oh, good amount. What did you think of visual testing? Feel free to drop that in the chat. Hard to keep up with all the snapshots. Okay, valid point. But with a smart bear tool. Oh, okay. Not worth the time to maintain. Oh, interesting. Okay. Hard to keep up with all the snapshots. Okay. So Matt and Nick, you all seem to be on kind of similar page. If you found it difficult to keep up with the snapshots or it wasn't worth your time to maintain, how did you do that type of testing in another way? Or did you like just drop visual testing from your testing altogether? Did you replace it? What did you do? Okay. Yeah, that's fair. I can totally see that. And move to spot checks. Huh, okay. That's cool. I'm going to save this link. All right, so I'm going to look at this later. Thanks for sharing, Strana. So good amount of people are familiar with visual testing. I had this cool little presentation here, but since we are all so active and running out of time, I'm just going to kind of skip over it and basically mention that visual end-to-end testing, the way it works, is it's basically ensuring that our application looks as we want it to look, right? It's like a combination of manual testing and functional testing. The way typical end-to-end flows work is we have a test suite that runs. There's a command for visual testing that are called from the suite. Screenshots are rendered in the browser, and then those screenshots are compared against the baseline. The baseline is the one time you have to manually set a baseline and say, hey, this is acceptable to us from this point forward. Use this baseline in future test executions. If changes are detected, we have to decide, is it a bug or is it a feature or is it something else? And then we review changes, accept, reject, and repeat. That's how visual testing works. Let me see here. There's a few comments coming in. Yeah, cool, Matt. Yeah, Matt has a good point, and I totally agree with that. Okay, cool. Yeah, thank you all for your inputs. So let's continue here. So maybe visual testing has been a mixed experience, but in my opinion, there's only really one way to ensure that our application looks how we want it to look on certain browsers and resolutions, right? I mean, again, this app is super simple, but here, would be a great example, is my website. For example, this is my website in one resolution, right? So the question is does it look correct? Is it like how I expect it to be? What about if we start moving into a mobile resolution, right, where a hamburger menu comes up? Now, does this look correct? And then if you weren't doing visual testing, how would you validate that this is looking correctly? Also, how would you validate that this is looking correctly on Chrome, but then also Safari, which has a totally different browser rendering engine? And so that's where I feel visual testing is basically a mandatory thing for everyone doing web testing. When I test web applications, the majority of my testing is component tests, visual tests, and then I have some like front-end performance and some accessibility tests. I have a great repo that I think I even linked to here. No, I didn't, but I have a great repo I can share with you all where it was for this website here that I created. This was all tested visually, combined with some component tests and so on, and I'll share. And so you can see how like the behavior of it changes, right? This is like it, and you can see even it changes here as we keep scrolling down. And actually, there's a bug here. I'll show you guys the bug right there. How would you validate something like this without running your application on multiple browsers? And even here, this lack of separation here that I need to fix, what happens. And so this is very hard to validate functionally, right? With a functional end-to-end test, you're not going to be able to spot something like this unless you're actually checking for it. That's the problem with functional tests, in that they only check what you want them to check. And then, of course, there's the mobile view, which the question is this valid or not? And it's actually so funny. I was creating a tutorial around this, and I think on Cypress website, maybe it wasn't Cypress, maybe it was on Sauce Labs website, I also saw a visual bug related to this. Let me see if it's still here. It happens a lot when scaling browsers to mobile. No, it works better now, but before what would happen is at a certain resolution, this button would like drop down here. And so one button would be up here, the other one would be down here. And it's a very common kind of issue that applications. So not super critical bugs, some can be very critical, others not. Depends on the needs of your application and depends on how much traffic your application is getting. Let's continue here. All right, so I talked about some of the advantages of visual tests. Those are those. Let me see, there's a bunch of questions here. I'm just going to go through the demo and then hopefully it answers a bunch of questions. So we're going to use, this is where Sauce Labs and WebDriver IO come in. So we're going to be using WebDriver IO, which is a next-gen browser and mobile automation test framework. And then we're going to use Screener, which automatically detects visual regressions. They work together to be able to do this. So I know that unfortunately, most people here don't have a Screener account, which is totally okay. You'll basically just want to follow along with me in terms of what I'm doing. And maybe those of you with a demo account, I think you won't be able to run visual tests at all. Those of you that do have a Sauce Labs account, you'll be able to run visual tests with your API key, and they'll pass or fail. You just won't be able to interact in the user interface. Okay, so come with me to this file here in test specs, visual exercise spec, and then paste in the following code. So we'll do it together. So we're going to be using WebDriver IO, so we're forgetting about the Cypress folder. Okay, in fact, I'm even gonna kill Cypress server here. Oh, that was my localhost app. I'm gonna kill Cypress here. And then I'm just gonna pull up my localhost app. Oh. Okay, that's all I need is the app running on localhost. And then we're working with WebDriver.io. WebDriver.io tests go into here, test, specs, and then we have this visual exercise, right? So we're gonna paste in this code here. Just like that. And then, so we're basically using WebDriver.io syntax, which says, in this describe block, let's call my app. I'm going to call it exercise. And then here you give the test a name. I'm saying it should look correctly. Okay. This is using WebDriver.io 7. So it's async format. We're navigating to a browser URL. I'll show you the config in a moment. And then the way we actually do visual testing with screener configured is basically we start like a test, we start a session of snapshots. That's this command right here. It's just a JavaScript execute command. And I'm saying my React app, I'll call it exercise. And then we just take a snapshot. So in this case, because we are on localhost 3000, it'll just capture a snapshot of that current page that we're on. And we can say, I'm calling it homepage. And then we're ending the test. At this point, when you end the test, the algorithm is going to kick into play, and then it will basically analyze our test for pass or fail. And let me show you the config, and then we're going to run the test. Let me see here. Here's the visual. Here's the WebDriver.io config. All right, you can see here. There's these visual options that are created. That what the important thing here is the project name. I'll show you that how that correlates. Passing in some sauce options. You'll put it if you have your environment username and access key saved in environment variables, it'll be able to read it. If not, you would hard code it in here. Hard coded it down there. And then we are basically telling our application to run on this combination of browser OS and viewport size. This viewport size is the most popular viewport size in the world currently. 28% of the world uses it. So that's why I picked that. Again, depends how you want to target your application. My former boss, he worked on an application where they knew how much money they made per browser, like down to the version. They knew how much each browser version was bringing them into the business. And so, of course, based on that, you can make your tests that much more relevant to your business by, let's say IE8 brought in like, I don't know, 1% of the business revenue. Then the question would be, do you want to waste your time testing on IE8, or do you want to focus in other areas? So it depends on the application, but so this is how that would work. And then the URL, of course, for the base URL is set right there. That's how we are able to, let me kill this. That's how we are able to do this right here. Okay, so with that, I say, give these tests a run. Again, if you have a demo account, you might get a failure, but whatever, just let me know. But if you already have an account, then it should work. And let me put here, I should do npm run. Start my app. So make sure your local host is running. And then I'll show you all the UI of visual. Cool. So here comes our oh, I know what I messed up. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. All right, there's localhost 3000, and then let me start the WebDriver.io tests. So you would run them like this. I already created a script for you called test visual. What that looks like is this. It's just a command pointing to our file, which I guess won't point to exercise. Let me see. It points to anything visual. So it'll run solution and exercise. So no problem. So now that it's running, let's go take a look at the UI and see what that'll look like. So if we go to here, Screen IO, we'll log in. Oh, this is where I think I saw the visual bug. Let me see here, just to check. Yeah, see that, how it happens? I mean, again, not a huge deal, but these kinds of bugs are everywhere. So if you're not checking for them, your app, if you're not checking for them, your app, has them. So here's the dashboard, and you can see this is our project that we put in the WebDriver IO config, and then it's running the tests here. Currently, it's running 2 because it's running one from solution and one from exercise. Let it run. But while that runs, what I can show you all, I want to show you all in a new state. It's okay. So the very first time you capture a snapshot, it would come in a new state. Actually, I do want to show that. Sorry. I'm going to stop this because, and then let me call this 3. We already have a comparison. I'll show you. So this will create a new state of our application. So there we go. So one new state. So whenever the first time we run a test, our snapshot comes in a new state. So you can see the resolution here, and then Chrome Windows 10. You can see the naming conventions that came from our tests. And then this is what our app looks like in those parameters. So now it's for us to decide, does this look correct or not? Yeah, obviously it looks really good. So we're going to accept it and use this as a baseline. And so now every future execution will check against this to see if something has changed. And I'll show you all what changes look like. We were going to do changes together, but I see we're like running out of time. So I don't want to keep you all much longer than I have to. So I'll show you all what changes look like. Let me see here. There we go. So here's what happens when there's changes, right? So here's 250 snapshots captured. Here, there's 4 changed. Let's go and review those 4 changed. Here's what an example change looks like, right? So you can see before, this was our UI. Now this is our UI. So is this a bug or is this a feature? I don't know. It's something we need to figure out. If it's a bug, we would reject it, and this test would keep failing until it was fixed. But if it's a feature, then we accept it, and now this new version would be used as a baseline. There's better examples of this too. So yeah, before visual testing tools weren't very good. Nowadays, all the visual testing tools that I know, they have some smart algorithm behind the scenes that makes visual testing not flaky. And so in this perfect example, you can see that in this case, we actually had this header removed. But instead of classifying the entire page as changed, it's only classifying this item here. And it's saying, hey, you had this div was deleted. It had a structural change. And so that's the only thing, even though this entire page was shifted up, this is the only thing that gets identified. And so now, again, for us is to decide, is this correct? Is it not? But we can even take it to the next level and say, in the future, I don't even care about this item. I can ignore it. You can ignore here through the UI. And now future executions won't care about that element. Or you can also start ignoring it through code. as well. A great example for that is maybe you have a header in your application with like a sale and a countdown timer. Maybe you just want to ignore that in all of your snapshots. You can set that in your code, ignore that header in every single snapshot that you take. All right, cool. That's a lot about visual testing. Any questions there? We're going to skip over all these exercises. I want to cover CI/CD with you all as well. Yeah, cool. Anna, yeah, so you got a visual regression found. Excellent. I wonder, Anna, can you drop me the link to that visual regression? I wonder what that is. Let's see if I can access it. Because I bet you use one of those public API keys, right? So I don't know if I can log into every single UI. Let me see if I can access this one.
Hey, Nikolay.
Yeah, what's up?
Can you also touch just quickly on like dynamic elements and what you would say, like a video or maybe a GIF? Like what would you say is like the best way to use visual for something like that? There's a few questions.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, great question. So some things that I've seen will trip people up as these kinds of things, like things that start automatically, right? Like videos, GIFs, loading spinners that take an extra amount of time for the application to load. And then the other piece that really trips people up is lazy loading. I'll show you all on my website. I have that. Lazy loading is basically as you scroll stuff into view, that's when it loads. It's basically meant applications are designed to decrease the amount of data that's sent back to the user to speed up response time. And so watch what happens as I scroll stuff into view for you. It'll start appearing. So you can see these things are getting dropped, right? Yeah, my lazy loading is not too complex, but I've seen applications like this where lazy loading or even the dynamic nature is a lot crazier. So you'll see a lot of crazy stuff here going on. Give it a second to load. So you can see like all of this is going to be loading into view, right? So these kinds of things. So here, what's important, just like with any other type of testing, is to ensure that our application is in a good state before capturing snapshots. So whether that means waiting extra time with lazy loading, for example, what that means is you want to scroll all the way to the bottom of the page, let the application load, and then scroll all the way to the top, and then start capturing snapshots. Those are just like 2 JavaScript commands that you can use in order to do that. But also it's a lot of times about ignoring certain components that you don't want to check, or only checking those little components that you do want to check. So maybe in this case, we can see how crazy this thing is here. So maybe we just want to ignore it and only maybe focus in on this section over here. And we can do that again through code by being able to supply the selectors. But even better would be is if we can control our application and render only little tiny components, how I showed you all. Let me see. How I showed you all here. Oh, clicked the wrong one. Sorry. So here's the 254 snapshots, right? And by the way, let me show you all one thing that I really look how fast it ran. 1:49 seconds for 254 things checked, right? But let's view all the states. So you can be checking little tiny parts of your application, right? So in this case, this is the activity loading recent, right? This is what that looks like. Here is loading projects. Here's loading error. Here's loading recent. So you can, that's the ideal thing, is to be able to test visually like that, and then you'll get a lot of stability in your visual testing. Some applications are way harder to visually test. Other applications are way easier. Regardless, I don't know of a good way how you can capture all the bugs that I showed you all and ensure that your application not only renders but also looks correct as easy as you can with visual tests. And it might even just be as simple as maybe you have 10 visual tests in your suite, and those 10 visual tests hit like your top 3 pages where the most users go to, and you check them on at least Chrome and Safari, you know, the 2 most popular browsers that have totally different rendering engines. At least you check on those and ensure that your application looks good there, and maybe that's it. And then the rest of the tests you leave to other types of testing. Mayank, the only way you can compare the UI is compared to another UI. So the way a unique test is created is using project name plus the init plus the snapshot plus browser and OS combination. So all of those combined, if they form a snapshot, then that's how it's identified as a unique snapshot. So if your design spec like lives in a browser, you can capture snapshots of your design spec, but does that mean that it's going to be translated to HTML and CSS the same way? I don't know. It's challenging. It's hard. Yeah, Abhishek, amazing point. A/B testing. So Abhishek, are you able to force your application to either go into A state or B state? Cool. Perfect. So again, goes back to part of the good testing. Just ensure that your application starts in the state that you want to test it, right? And so you would have 2 totally separate snapshots, one of A state, one of B state, and then ensure that those look correct and ensure that your application is rendering in that state so that it's stable. Yeah, Matt. In terms of testing React, I will share this with you. So what we've covered today, plus you really want, Matt, you really want to add some component tests to your React testing. You can do that here. There's a workshop I did 6 months ago, and pretty sure covers component testing. So add that. Yeah, Johnson is also has a great idea. Storybook is good for component testing with React. So you can do you can take a look here. Component testing, and then also Matt, not only about React in general, but you can also add some like performance, front-end performance and accessibility tests with Google Lighthouse too. All right. We are at 13 minutes left, and I still have to show CI/CD for you all and just wrap things up. Who here absolutely can't stay beyond the 13 minutes we have left? If you can stay, I'll okay, Johnson. All right, yeah, sorry all right, so I will go as fast as I can through CI/CD. It actually should be relatively easy, but if we don't have time, I'm gonna stay for everyone else who can, and of course it's recorded for everyone those that can't. All right, so let's move quickly. Any other questions? I'll stay after to answer as many questions as you all need. Let's go to CI/CD. This is actually the easiest part of the workshop. So we're just going to make it run in CI/CD. So we're going to do it together. Just follow along with me here. So you got, let me get my fork here, 1 second. You got your fork. I'm going to pull it up my fork in a second. Here's my fork, right? You got yours in your GitHub. Cool. So you are gonna come to Actions and click Actions. You're gonna come to New Workflow and click New Workflow. GitHub Actions provides us a bunch of pre-configured workflows, which is super helpful. So we're going to click Configure Node.js because that's what we're using, right? So we're going to click Configure, and it already has a bunch of stuff. I believe that you would be able to just run this and it would work, but we want to go beyond this. We're going to make this much better using all the test code that we've written, right? So there's this file here that I want you to copy and paste from. Here's that YAML file. I already pre-created it. So go to that YAML file and copy and paste this whole thing. So I'm coming here and I'm copying this, copy raw contents, coming here. Sorry, here's my new file. And we're just going to paste over all of this, okay? Paste over that. Okay, this is what it looks like. Give it a name, you know, whatever. You can even leave it. We'll leave this name, doesn't matter. We'll just remember it's called Node.js YAML. Let me zoom out a little bit because it's getting a little annoying. And then why can't I go to the top? See, it's not doing good in. Sorry, it's not doing good in zoomed in mode. It's not letting me scroll to the top. Because of the share. That's frustrating. Yeah, it's not letting me go to the top, but it's okay. Here we have our API keys, and you all won't actually CI/CD in the table contents is returning 404. Oh, really? Sorry. Yeah, here. Thanks, Matt. This is the right CI/CD document. Sorry about that. Here we have our username and API keys. I'm going to show you how to configure those in a moment. I just want to cover this first, just so everybody understands. Here we're saying that on push and pull request, we are going to run this file. So whenever we are pushing to main and doing a pull request to main, this file is going to run. Okay. Crazy. I'm sorry. It's like not letting me scroll. Super frustrating. I don't know why. It's like not letting me scroll at all. I'm just going to show you all here. Wait. In here. I don't know why it's not letting me scroll in there. Alice, I'll answer the questions. Let me cover this for everyone, and while it runs, I'll get back to the questions. So all of this was basically what GitHub Actions already gave us. I just basically modified it a little bit and said run on only version 16. You can run on multiple node versions. Super powerful. Okay, so that's what that does. And now we start actually doing our testing of our application. So step one, we are going to install our dependencies. So npm CI is used specifically for running in a CI environment. And what it actually does for our web application is our application, when we've been testing it, when we do npm start, that's called a build version of the application. So if you come, I don't have it here. I'll show you here because I have React tools enabled. Give it a second. So see here, I got my React tools enabled. And then if I click it, it's saying this page is using development build of React. This is not the production version that you want to ship. What you actually want to ship is when you do npm run build. And so what that creates is it's going to create a build folder here in our source code. And then that build folder is only going to contain the stuff that we need to actually ship the application. So see here, it's creating that build. This is what gets shipped to production. Okay. And so npm CI, wherever that is, let me kill this, leave. So I don't get, and where did it go? I lost. There we go. npm CI does the same thing, just meant for CI. It's faster in CI. Okay. And then we're building the app. And then here we start the app, right, using npm start, as we've seen before. But then this here will wait for the application to actually start before proceeding to the next action. And then here, we're going to run our functional UI tests, which, let me see what SciCI was doing. Oh, and is this? So let me see what SciCI was doing. JSON. Oh, yeah, SciCI was just running our Cypress tests, not that they're actually testing our application. Well, actually, were we testing? Or we weren't testing our application with Cypress. Oh, we did some end-to-end tests. Yeah, so it's running those tests. Okay. And then after that, we're running our visual tests using the visual command. And so when we execute all of this, so you can just come here to your new file. You can start a commit, but it's going to fail, but let it fail. It's okay. So we're going to commit new file. And now we added it and it's going to start running. And the reason it's going to fail is because we don't have our environment variables configured. And so let's go and configure those. So to configure your environment variables, go to settings and then secrets and then actions. And then here, you are going to want to add a new repository secret. Okay, so this is the same thing as configuring environment variables in Gitpod or in localhost, right? And so you'll set your Sauce username, Sauce access key, and your visual key, okay? And then you add it like this. And then at the end, you're gonna end up with 3 keys with their corresponding values. I'm gonna slow down to let you all do that. Yeah, so go ahead and do that. Anyone have questions so far about adding repository secrets? Then I'm going to go back to the code. Notice when I went back to the code, I'm going to go a little bit slower so everyone can do it. When I went back to the code, notice this yellow circle here. This is our CI running now. We can click it. You can see there's 3 CIs running. The reason why that is because I had 2 already prepared to test my own repository, 1 for the demo, and now 1 we just added. So we can, I wish I renamed them better. It's okay. Let's pick one of them because the 2 of them are the same. So we can see here, it just finished executing. We got a green check mark, meaning it's all good. And here you can see everything. So here, for example, it's starting the app. And you can see it started on localhost 3000. Here, running functional tests, right? This is with Cypress, just an example of doing that. You can see it ran these tests. It ran some of our API tests, right? And then it ran some more API tests. And then we executed visual tests using the same command as before. And here is the CI command that I used. I find it very helpful to have special commands for CI because in CI, we want more logging And also here for you all, I pointed here to solution spec.js because I wasn't sure whether you'll be able to finish the exercises or maybe the exercise would be broken. And so, of course, I wanted everything passing. And so I just pointed to only the solution spec, which I knew worked. And so I controlled that environment. And so the test ran. We can see all of that here. You can see information coming in through the logs. And let me zoom in a bit here. And then just post checkout actions and then completing a job. Was anyone successful in getting their CI to run? Nice, Whitney. All right, awesome. Awesome, awesome. Awesome. Yeah, GitHub Actions, I know I flew through it because we didn't have a lot of time. I wanted to make sure everyone saw it. But it's my favorite CI tool. I mean, first, it's free. And then second, you can see how easy it makes to test everything. How easy it is to test everything. A lot of stuff that kind of just works. And so I've had the easiest onboarding experience with it. Awesome. Thanks, Abhishek, so much. Have a good one. Yeah, if everyone can hang out for a few more minutes, we'll announce some winners. Cool. A lot of people are successful. I'm going to proceed to the end just so I'm not keeping everybody here too long. And then if you encountered errors, I'll hang around after and I'll help you resolve them. Bye, Layla. Thank you so much. Let me just wrap up here, go to the final conclusions. Bye, Lester. Thank you. All right. So let's wrap things up here. So before you leave, again, just wanted to say thank you all so much for joining. Besides hopefully acquiring some amazing knowledge, we also helped to raise money for Trees That Empower Women. We're basically going to take all the net profits and we're going to buy this package of trees that will help to provide jobs and opportunities in countries like Kenya, Brazil, and India, and of course, have a positive environmental impact. And I really want to see how many trees we can buy with this. Just to show you all the awesome impact that we had. So let's see, I know at one point we had about 40 people in the workshop. I don't know if that's all the people that purchased, but I'm just going to assume on that. So 40, basically, let's say everyone paid $100, right? That's $4,000. And so we got 1,250 euros per, let's do 40 trees, 100 euros. So for 40 trees, so we're basically going to be buying 1,600 trees. I mean, you know, euros obviously more expensive than, let's call it 1,000 trees at least that we're going to buy for the world together, as well as providing jobs. So that's the most phenomenal thing in my opinion. Even though, yeah. So before you go, just have a few things. If you can please give me feedback on this workshop. I used this feedback. It's absolutely anonymous to improve my workshops for the future. So I'll drop that link in there if you can take a few moments. And then, of course, the most important part is I'm going to announce the winner for the backpack and then announce winners for participation. I'll give you all a few minutes to just give me some feedback, please. I really appreciate it. And also, if you got to run, you can always reach out to me after. I left my LinkedIn and Twitter here. you can reach out to me after with any questions, any thoughts, anything. Like I said, I'm here to serve you and your experience. Yeah, Nachima, you will get a copy of the recording. Absolutely. All right. I hope everyone took a moment to give me some feedback. Let's do the backpack winner. Okay, so the way I'm gonna do it is basically everyone that stayed until the end. Let me see here. I have a list of people here that I can see, everybody that stayed. So what I'm gonna do is basically just kind of close my eyes, scroll up and down a little, and then wherever my mouse lands on, that's gonna be the lucky winner. All right. The winner is Jacopo Ferraza. Jacopo, are you here? Awesome. All right, Jacopo. Jacopo, can you just message me your email and then I'll get in touch with you after to hook you up with a backpack. And then in terms of participation, I think that you all have been so phenomenal in like participating. Literally, like every person has participated. So I don't think I can pick one winner. So I'm gonna talk to the Sauce Labs team and see if we can at least send all of you like some stickers and some kind of participation things to everybody here. How does that sound? Sounds fair? Cool. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I tried. I was like writing names of people who were participating a lot, but it was like everybody. So by the way, thanks for that participation. So yeah, everybody wins. And then of course, the best dance moves. Oh, awesome. Thank you, Susie. Yeah, Susie is one of our awesome organizers here at SauceCon. So thank you so much, Susie. I'll work with you to make that happen. And then of course the best dance moves goes to Chris, only by default because he was the only one who was able to enable his camera. But thank you all for trying to participate in the dance contests. And then I got a bunch of bonus resources here for you all afterwards if you want to continue exploring. I know 4 hours flew by. There's a lot more stuff that you can learn here. And then other than that, thank you all so much for joining the workshop. I had such a awesome time. You all were an amazing crowd. And I'm going to hang around to see if anyone has any questions. Yeah, bye, everyone. All right, I'm going to start tackling the questions here one by one. Yeah, sucks you all can't talk to me. It would be so much more personable, but next time we'll improve. Let me see here. Yeah, Matt, you wanted the breaking down long end-to-end tests. Let me get that for you. That was man, that's going way back. Let me try to remember where that was. Is it this one? No. Oh, I think this was it. Let me double check. Yeah, Matt, it's in Java, but I think you'll get the idea. Let me double check that this is it.
I'll just answer a few of these questions while you're looking for that, Nikolay.
Thanks, Chris.
Oleg, the image comparison service from WebDriver IO, from what I'm looking at, I haven't used it, but it looks like it's a pixel to pixel comparison. So it's just not going to be as, we'll say, smart as something like Screener that kind of does a little bit more in depth than just comparing pixel to pixel. You may find that those kind of comparisons tend to be a lot less robust and they tend to fail more frequently. So that would be why you'd want to go with something like Screener. And then Jacopo, the running Cypress tests in parallel. If you're running Cypress tests, I think if you pay Cypress for their dashboard, you do have the capability of executing Cypress tests in parallel. And if you also use the SauceCTL, I do believe that there is a sharding capability as part of the Cypress setup that can kind of break down your tests and run them in parallel as well. It probably goes into a little bit more detail in the documentation that was shared a bit earlier. I can share that again. But in order to run in parallel, you would either need to pay for the Cypress dashboard or use the sharding capability on Sauce Labs, SauceCTL. Let's see, what else do we have here?
Hey, Chris, sorry to interrupt.
Yeah,
hey,
yeah.
Matt, can you send me your email and I will find that repo for you and get it afterwards? I don't want to spend so much time like searching for it and wasting your time, you know? Just message me your email and I'll email you back, please.
Nick, as far as Screener turning a blind eye, Nikolay did kind of mention this a little bit when he was referring to that crazy image on the Lululemon website. There's basically two ways you could go about it. You can run your tests, and from the Screener UI, you could then go ahead and ignore certain parts if you're seeing that they're failing frequently. Or actually in code, you can specify, say, an HTML element by using the identifier, and you can tell Screener to basically don't care about this part of the image. So for a user's first name, maybe in your code, you could find that element and tell Screener, hey, don't worry about this particular div when taking screenshots. I think that's most of the questions that were here afterwards. Anna asked Nikolay, visual testing comparing screenshots from a branch to main. And I'm not sure if you can, a little bit more information there. What exactly are you trying to do there?
I think I got you, Anna.
Okay.
I haven't found good use cases to compare a branch to basically another branch for visual testing, because you almost always basically have like one baseline, right? Unless you're developing in multiple branches at the same time. Usually there's like one source of truth, right? Like, this is my production version. This is what I want to check against. And then here comes my new version, which, yeah, maybe it's in a main branch, maybe it's in another branch, but that's irrelevant, because as long as it's getting rendered in the same exact application that you are testing, then you're just hitting that URL and then just comparing the two versions. I hope that makes sense. Hey, Oleg, I don't know anything about the image comparison service from WebDriver.io. Let's take a look at it. So here is what the unfortunate thing that I know about the industry and visual testing is that all the good tools that actually work well and work smart, they're paid. The free tools that exist seem to be like a pixel to pixel comparison, because where the engineering magic lives and the engineering prowess and where businesses make money is behind the algorithm that actually does the visual validation. So let's take a look at it. But if it's free, chances are that it's not good. Unfortunately, that's just been my experience. Yeah, see, so pixel by pixel doesn't work. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is. I hope one day there's an open source free visual tool, but like I said, that's where the money is made, is the engineering talent comes up with an algorithm and also like a dashboard to view it, without which you have to create your own dashboard. So that's why all the good visual testing tools are paid. You got Screener.io. Another one that I really like is Hapo.io. Let me show you Hapo. Hapo.io, I've used it, like it a lot. Of course, you got Apply Tools as well. So all of those three are good. And then there's Percy too. I've never used Percy. Some people like it, others don't. So it's up to you to explore that.
So Ben, the pixel to pixel as opposed to screener, Nikolay had a great example when he was showing that banner on the page, basically a trial service screenshot. Yeah, this one. So pixel to pixel, this from basically underneath the header down would be wrong if you were doing a pixel to pixel comparison. Whereas here you can see that this is smart enough to realize that that is the only thing that has changed on this page. And it kind of just shifted everything up. So it's smart enough to say, hey, this is the difference, without having to show you that the whole page is incorrect. So that's going to be the difference between something like Screener and a pixel to pixel comparison.
Yeah, exactly. And then I think from pixel to pixel comparison, I don't even know if there's a way to focus on certain elements that you want to capture or ignore them. I just don't know. My assumption is that there's not, but if there is, that's okay too.
You have to write a lot more code.
Okay.
Right. You'd have to implement all that stuff by yourself, or instead of having the capability built in.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, as a tester, talking to other testers and developers, I would invest in a visual testing tool, whatever flavor it is, one of the paid services, no matter what. Like, my testing strategy for a web application would never not have visual testing, just because it's, in my opinion, way better than trying to do all of that through functional web testing. I'd rather have visual tests than functional, like UI tests. Hey, Chris, I think you already answered Ben's question, right, about how to screen or compare images that make it better than pixel to pixel.
Yep. This one that you still have up on the screen, that example.
Yeah, cool. As opposed to comparing last commit. Yeah, Anna, just about your branching question. If you did want to use branching, that capability does exist. I've never had to use it, but it is there. Let me show you how that would work. So if you go to these visual into and doc, and all the different types of tools have their own capabilities, but here's all the commands and options that are available. All right, so you can do stuff on the init command. And then let me show you branching. These are all the commands. Workflow, setup, quick start. I know there's a branch. Anyway, there's a branch parameter that you can set here in your visual options. You can set branch name and then be able to test like that. It's somewhere in the docs that I'm not finding. I'll send you the docs if you want to look at it.
In the command options, if you
In the command option.
Just search for branch. It's down lower on the page.
Nice thing. Oh yeah, there you go. Perfect. There it is. Yep, branch. You can have a branch and a base branch. I'll send these docs. Hey Ben, are you saying that Ben is saying we have it in our custom framework, but it was a lot of work. Ben, you guys wrote your own visual testing capabilities. Is that it? Hey Nick, I'm looking at your visual component examples. It's not. I always wanted to add that, but you know where it is? I'll show you. Let me see. It's in our demo web app. Oh no, it's here. Yeah, here, look, we got storybook test. This is actually pretty old, but let me see here. I swear this has tests. Visual, yeah, we got storybook tests in here. So take a look at this. Nick, you were asking about storybook component tests. Let me see. Cool, perfect, basically. Oh yeah, Ben. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for your feedback, Ben. Yeah, that's been kind of my experience too, is that's why these services charge for visual testing, because it's a lot of effort to do it by yourself. So they try to make money off that effort. Oh, okay, Ben, what are you all looking for that is more reliable? Do you have some candidates? Yeah, and just while Ben types, to Nick's point, for everyone that was curious about visual testing, yeah, the best way to do it is with component tests. So again, another benefit of being involved in the dev repository is, instead of actually writing large, big snapshot tests, like for example, the Lululemon page, right? This would be a nightmare to do visual testing on. You can do, man, I have too many pages open. You can do component testing with Storybook and do visual component testing with Storybook, and then you can focus on little tiny pieces of the application and ensure that they look correctly instead of just a large kind of big page. Sometimes it's very valuable to capture a large entire page and see how everything flops together, but a lot of times it's hard to do depending on the stability of the app. Thanks, Matt. Take care. I'll see your LinkedIn. Reach out, and then I'll get back to you with the repo. I'm gonna take my desk down. Anyone else have some other questions? I see there's still 14 people hanging out. Bye, Julia. Thank you so much. Bye, Anna. Thank you. Hey, bye, Jacopo. I got your email. I'll send you backpack. Yeah, bye, Nick. Take care. Sushma, take care. The 6 people that are left, do you all have any questions, or did you all just fall asleep and don't know that the session is over? Oh, let's see. Well, 3 of us are Sauce Labs people, and then 2 other people left. All right, I think I'm gonna end it. Again, thank you all so much. Love the session, love your participation, and see you all next time. Take care.